Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
You are audible.
Okay. Thank you.
या तो आपको मेरा नंबर है, तुरंत कॉल कराएंगे, नंबर आ गया तो तुरंत कॉल करा दीजिए, वो बेटर है, क्योंकि इधर इधर सेक्रेटरी लोग बैठे हुए हैं, वो ऑनलाइन आ चुके हैं, उधर भी देखना है, ठीक है, तुरंत बात करा दीजिए। हाँ, गौरव जी।
यस सर।
बाकी लोगों का वीडियो ऑफ कर देंगे, जो पैनलिस्ट है उनका बस रहने दीजिए, जो इनॉग्रल डिग्निटरीज है उनका रहने दीजिए, ठीक है।
ठीक है सर।
हेलो जी 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 जी। हाँ 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 हाँ, एक एक मिनट होल्ड करिए, एक मिनट होल्ड करिए, ठीक है, मैं अभी
कब शुरू होगा?
बस शुरू करें।
हेलो
सर शुरू करते हैं सर।
हाँ, मंत्री जी ज्वाइन कर गए हैं।
So should I begin, sir?
जी
A very warm and wonderful good afternoon to everybody present here. Science and technology help each other advance. Scientific knowledge is used to create new technologies. New technologies often allow scientists to explore nature in different ways and make new discoveries. Science clearly plays an important role in informing policy on key issues such as climate change, biodiversity, ecosystem, production, and sustainable development. Similarly, technological advancements can also help reduce impact of climate change in a variety of ways. Further, science and technology innovations have close linkages with social, economical, and behavioral changes that humanity goes through, and overall, it helps us move towards a knowledge base which guarantees a world full of peace, full of safety, and also sustainable growth. In the light of this philosophy, National Institute of Disaster Management has organized this Science and Technology Research Policy Practice Interface for climate risk management under the Climate Adaptive Planning for Resilience and Sustainability Development in Multi-Hazard Environment, that is CAPRES, a DST NIDM project towards promoting Prime Minister's Agenda 10 on disaster risk management, especially to take care of item 5, that is leveraging science and technology. To begin with our inaugural session, I now invite Professor Anil Kumar Gupta ji, who is Head of Department, ECDRM Division NIDM. He is also the project in charge of CAPRES project to set the context of the entire program through his introductory talk. Professor Gupta.
Thank you and a warm welcome on behalf of Government of India, National Institute of Disaster Management and partners, GIZ, IUCN, SEM, and other agencies who have joined technically in organizing this 3 days international technical deliberation. सर MOS के यहाँ से फोन आ रहा है, मैं एक बार मैं किसी को दे देता हूँ जी. I take this opportunity to welcome Honorable Minister for Health and Family Welfare and Science and Technology, Dr. Harshvardhan ji, as the chief guest of this function. Our guest of honor and keynote speaker, Professor Ashutosh Sharma sir, Secretary, Department of Science and Technology. Our guest of honor, Secretary, NDMA, Shri GVV Sharma sir. Our special guest, Shri Kamal Kishore ji, member NDMA. Our collaborator from GIZ Germany, India office, the project director of GIZ, Mr. Dr. Farhad Vania, and the advisor and head of SPLICE program, strategic and large programs, and climate change program under the Department of Science and Technology, Dr. Akhilesh Gupta, a number of international and national experts who have joined here as a resource person, and the luminary experts chairing the sessions, and the panelists, and the participants all across the country, and some of the participants are from other countries also, who have the interest in the science and technology and the disaster risk management issues in India. I take this opportunity to welcome you all, and I take this opportunity to say a few lines about this program. The CAPRES program, which is Climate Adaptive Planning for Resilience and Sustainability, is a project funded by Department of Science and Technology to NIDM, which is a part of the National Knowledge Mission on Climate Change under the National Action Plan on Climate Change. The program is basically aimed at using science and technology and environmental dimensions, and also the strategic issues associated with these, for utilizing their benefits to enhance and strengthen disaster risk reduction in the country. Under this, looking to the science and technology interface with policy and practice and taking the benefits to the ground level. This is one of the important objectives of this program, and therefore its convergence and synergy with the Honorable Prime Minister's Agenda 10 on disaster risk management. It's item 5, that is on leveraging science and technology. So this forum is of significant importance to all of us, that we have a gamut of experts to discuss on various dimensions of emerging issues in science and technology research, science and technology there, what kind of path breaking issues are emerging, what kind of issues are there within the institutional framework to utilize the benefits and taking it in the form of science communication, and also the emerging issues like nanotechnology, artificial intelligence, then green growth opportunities, green building technologies, and all these issues which are currently being discussed. So with this background, I welcome you all on behalf of the CAPRES project of DST with NIDM, from NIDM, from Ministry of Home Affairs, NDMA, and all the organizers who are partnering to host this 3 days international conference. Over to you, Shri Ashish Pandaji.
Thank you, Professor Gupta, for your introductory talk, to which you do the right sketch of the program that is in the offering for the last 3 days. Thank you so much, sir. Now I request and invite the Executive Director of National Institute of Disaster Management, Major General Sri Manoj Kumar Bindarji, VSM, to kindly deliver his welcome address for the gathering for this program today. It is sir.
Thank you, Ashish Pandaji. I first of all welcome all the participants who have joined this program, and a special warm welcome to Honorable Dr. Harshvardhan, Minister for Science and Technology and Health and Family Welfare, for gracing this occasion and showing the commitment of the government towards fulfilling the PM's 10-point agenda for disaster risk reduction in its true sense. I also welcome Professor Ashutosh Sharma, who is Secretary of Department of Science and Technology, for continuously guiding us in all our projects. I also welcome Mr. GVV Sharma, a Member Secretary NDMA of the Apex body, for being part of this program and giving us the necessary guidance and the strength to keep going forward. And Shri Kamal Kishorji, Member NDMA, who is always a guiding light in all our programs. Dr. Akhilesh Gupta, we have been interacting with him with this CAPRES program, and we keep constantly taking his guidance and support in all our documents that we print out. And Mr. Farhad Wania for collaborating with NIDM on this important issue, because it is very relevant. So with this welcome, I also congratulate Professor Anil Gupta and his entire team, which is the project team, for conducting this conference, which last year we conducted as a 3 days seminar. This time it is being conducted as a 3 days conference, so that the relevant issues are driven home properly. We are all aware that disaster management is witnessing its turning point in the backdrop of Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction 2015 to 30. There has been a paradigm shift in disaster management from response and relief to prevention and mitigation centric approach. So it calls for a holistic framework of disaster resilience at different levels. Planning and implementing of disaster risk reduction requires mainstreaming pathways and appropriate tools. So this transition from Hugo Framework of Action, HFA, to Sendai Framework for DRR has brought in the core focus of achieving specific goals, integration of climate change adaptation, environment disaster linkages, and mainstreaming across various sectors of development. So while experiences of the Hugo Framework of Action period have to be tested further with appropriate improvements, policy planning and interventions have to be intensified at national, subnational, and local levels for enabling an environment of resilience building. India hosted its second Asian Ministerial Conference on Disaster Risk Reduction, called as AMCDRR, and first after the International Policy Environment of SFDRR, Paris Climate Agreement, and the Sustainable Development Goals in November 2016 at New Delhi, with participation of more than 4,500 experts, practitioners, and official delegates, including ministers across the Asia Pacific. In that, while inaugurating this 7th AMCDRR, Shri Narendra Modi ji, Honorable Prime Minister of India, highlighted a 10-point agenda roadmap on disaster risk management that concisely encompass issues, tools, and approaches to address almost all the critical challenges in achieving sustainable development objectives, focusing on local disaster management systems, academic capacity building, and harnessing technological advances. Interestingly, the PM's 10-point agenda enables synergies of Sendai Framework, Paris Climate Agreement, and Sustainable Development Goal. In India's roadmap on disaster risk management, point 5 envisages the features which are being discussed in this seminar. In a disaster-prone country like India, it is important to ensure that people have rapid access to information and encourages preventive measures and enables quick response to protect lives and livelihoods. So completely avoiding the natural disasters is not possible, but minimizing the suffering by creating proper awareness through early warning systems can enhance the efficiency of disaster risk management. The use of technology may emerge as a key to planning sustainable and disaster resilience infrastructure and system. The technology plays a crucial role along with satellite-based geographical information. So, systems and computer simulations providing for disaster mapping, vulnerability assessment, and disaster response, as well as preparedness, are very essential. Effective actions, when combined with right forecasting and prompt warnings, can definitely avert large-scale damages and destructions occurring through natural disasters, particularly hydrometeorological disasters. Cyclone Phalen in Orissa is one of the successful examples, and Cyclone Fani, where timely forecasting by Government of India saved millions of lives. Internet-based tools are also gaining popularity in the disaster risk management efforts. In India, the India Disaster Response Network, IDRN, it is a nationwide electronic inventory of specialist and essential resources which are required for disaster response. The primary focus is to enable the decision makers to get details of readily available and updated information about equipment and human resources required to combat any emergency situation. So, climate change adaptation demands a successful science policy interface that can enhance the translation of climate scenarios to adaptation policies. However, experience shows it is difficult to implement this interface in practice, particularly at the regional and local scale. Therefore, there is a need to understand and analyze all of the interacting drivers and stressors and identify policies and practices that can simultaneously address more than one issue at a time. Keeping this in mind, this particular conference has been organized so that experts from various fields during these 3 days sessions will give insight into what are the challenges and what are the needs and what are the ways and means we can, policy interventions we can put into practice so that the last mile connectivity is also ensured. With this, I once again welcome all the participants, and I again thank Dr. Harshvardhan for gracing this occasion. Over to you, Mr. Ashish Panda.
Yeah. Thank you, Edie sir, for highlighting the need for holistic framework of planning and implementation in DRM and why we should promote Honorable Prime Minister's 10-part agenda, that is roadmap of DRM, if we really want to mainstream the DRM in our developmental planning. Thank you, sir. May I now request Dr. Akhilesh Gupta ji, who is advisor and head strategic and large programs DST, Government of India, who is heading the climate change program of DST, coordinating 2 national missions on climate change under National Action Plan on climate change. He has published more than 185 research papers in many national and international journals and conference proceedings, and served as a member of the national coordination team which drafted India's National Action Plan on climate change in 2009. May I request you, sir, to kindly give your opening remarks for this program. Dr. Akhilesh Gupta.
Thank you, Ashish. Very good afternoon to everybody. Respected Honorable Minister for Science and Technology, Earth Sciences and Health and Family Affairs, Dr. Harshvardhan ji, Professor Ashutosh Sharma, Shri GVV Sharma ji, the Secretary NDMA, Dr. Kamal Kishore ji, and my friend Major General Vindal, all the subsequent attendees, and ladies and gentlemen. In fact, it's a very important consensus, part of the GST support. In fact, we have been supporting this initiative across the country with several leading institutions working in the capacity building program of climate change. In fact, this the theme that has been chosen for this conference, we act today, because now it is in fact the nexus and the interface of the research and action objectives that include training, community participation, and public awareness is very crucial at this juncture when country is in fact facing the impact of even in terms of flooding in different parts of the country. We had cyclone recently and so on. And we are already with another epidemic. So the disaster management work become very critical in such situation where you already have a kind of ongoing difficult situation. In fact, so much similarity and dissimilarities are there between the climate change and the COVID. For example, common thing is that both are in fact impacting poor more than the rich. The only difference is that one is short term, other one is long term. But the core issue addressing the problem of climate change as well as COVID is, and that it is the science and technology that has the solution for both these problems, and therefore it's very apt for NIDM to have chosen the SNT research interface with the policy and action in this consensus. So I won't take much time, and I would, on behalf of DST, I would like to thank all the participants and welcome all the participants for joining this very important conference. I wish this conference a very grand success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Gupta, for highlighting the fact that as countries facing impact of extreme weather events, that is why there is crucial capacity building need for climate change adaptation as well as DRR in our countries. Thank you, sir. Now I request Mr. Farhad Vania ji, who is a Portfolio Management Advisor in GIZ India. He is advisor to the Country Director of GIZ India, and he oversees India portfolio development for GIZ India. It includes interfacing with several central government ministries and departments as well as state government ministries and departments, and also the donor agencies, training, research, and academia. He has more than 15 years of experience with various projects related to CSR, forest, wildlife conservation, environment, etc. So I request Mr. Vania to kindly give his opening remarks for the program. Mr. Vania.
Thank you very much, Pandaji. Dr. Harshvardhan, Honorable Minister for Science and Technology, Health and Family Welfare, Dr. Ashutosh Sharma, Secretary, Department of Science and Technology, Dr. VVV Sarma, Member Secretary NDMA, Kamal Kishorji, Member NDMA, Dr. Akhilesh Gupta, Advisor, Head Splice DST, Dr. Hank Peckdam, who WHO representative, I hope he's here with us, and Major General Manoj K. Bindal, Executive Director, NIDM. Good afternoon, everybody, and it's a pleasure to be invited to address this August gathering on this very important topic of policy and practice interface for climate risk. On behalf of GIZ, which is the technical cooperation arm of the German government in India, and the German embassy, which actually supports all our work in the form of the Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development of the German government. It is my pleasure to be part of this e-conference. So India and Germany have had a long-standing cooperation in many different sectors. Just 2 years ago was 60 years of Indo-German development cooperation. GIZ itself as an organization has been in India since the early 70s. So you can see that it's been a long-standing collaboration. The areas of cooperation have changed over the years. We now have energy, environment, economic development, social security, and urban development, which are part of the agreement between Government of India and Government of Germany for bilateral cooperation between both countries. We do know, how climate change is increasingly becoming a global problem and how it undermines the achievement of SDGs and other development goals of individual countries. And if it is not addressed or mitigated in a way that can be perceived by the general public, all the effort of government and agencies and everybody else who is trying to get on the right side of this whole crisis will be undermined. Already there are observations of how changing climatic conditions are increasing, and the frequency and intensity of disasters at the same time are causing widespread impact on infrastructure, livelihoods, and on natural ecosystems. It's also not surprising that there's a German-based company called German Watch, which has ranked India 5th in the Global Climate Risk Index of 2020. Some of the key sectors impacted by climate change, according to this agency, are agriculture, water, infrastructure, health, and forests. So internationally, there is an increasing recognition that adaptation and mitigation may not be enough to manage the impact of climate change, and climate science and the climate negotiations stress the urgent need to develop and implement effective climate risk assessment and management approaches in order to avert, minimize, and then finally address losses and damage to the people of our country. It would be imperative to bring in research and technological innovation into the climate risk management approaches, not just by promoting research, but also bringing scientific advancements into planning and implementation. This will also help in strengthening this science policy practice connect, which this conference is all about. Capacity building in terms of improving knowledge base of key professionals and stakeholders, including officials and policy planners, is critical in achieving the goals and addressing climate change risks as part of the comprehensive climate risk management, and is a key in the Prime Minister's 10-point agenda for disaster risk reduction. So what are some of the German initiatives on climate risk in India? I'll quickly just profile a few. As we all know, India has launched the International Initiative Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure, CDRI, under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister. As some of you will be aware, in February this year, Germany formally joined this coalition and is now actively working with NDMA and the CDRI Secretariat. At the national level, we have been working on aspects of adaptation to climate change with the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. Some of the priority issues in collaboration with our ministry have been the development and operationalization of state action plans on climate change, adaptation financing, and climate risk management. Innovations in insurance and other financial instruments are projects that are currently in the making. GIZ and the Ministry of Environment have initiated a new cooperation on climate risk insurance, where the focus will be on application of digital technology for the implementation of insurance approaches in rural areas to cope with loss due to extreme weather events. We also have a long-standing partnership with NIDM itself. Now, with the evolving policy context and international discourse on climate change adaptation and disaster risk reduction, and the SDGs, it is important for the two organizations to work together in the area of climate and disaster risk. As I understand, GIZ, along with NIDM and other organizations have come out with a methodological guidance on climate risk management in India, which brings climate change and the disaster context together. So I'm sure that the collaboration will help strengthen science and technology research, policy practice, and the interface for climate risk management, encompassing both disaster risk reduction and climate change adaptation. I see this conference as an important platform for sharing knowledge, experiences, and best practices by engaging experts from national, international, and state level institutions and agencies. And from GIZ, I'd like to conclude by saying that you will always have our support in these topics, and that the German government, on whose behalf we work, we will definitely convey the message of this conference back to them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Farhad, for speaking highly about Indo-German collaboration for the last 60 years, sir. You rightly said that despite the fact that India is being recognized at the world level through global climate risk rating, but the fact is climate change undermines all the effort that we make in the areas of SDGs, and therefore we should go for effective climate risk and management mechanism. Thank you, sir. Now we have with us Shri Kamal Kishorji, member National Disaster Management Authority. Sir has worked on DRR and recovery issues for the last 22 years and at local, national, regional, global levels. And before joining NDMA, sir was with the United Nations Development Program for the last for nearly 13 years. He served in New Delhi, Geneva, New York. He has supported post-disaster recovery through strategic advice, needs assessment, program development, and coordination after major disasters in countries like Bangladesh, India, Indonesia, Iran, Myanmar, to name a few. So I welcome Shri Kamal Kishorji for his opening remarks and especially at this place. Kamal Kishorji.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister Dr. Harshvardhan ji, colleagues from NDMA, the ministries from NIDM, as well as the international partners, including GIZ. Thank you for inviting us from NDMA to speak to you this afternoon. Optimizing the use of science and technology for reducing disaster risk, saving lives, and also saving economic impacts, saving livelihoods is a key priority of NDMA. The Prime Minister's initiative on Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure is also one of the things NDMA has been working on, and one of the key objectives is to really foster global collaboration in order to make the most of scientific and technological knowledge and skills and capacities that we have to reduce disaster losses, which have been escalating exponentially for the last few decades. Now, in the interest of time, for this particular event, first of all, I would like to congratulate NIDM and its partners for organizing it. I just want to put before you 5 key points that I would encourage you to take into account while developing a science and technology agenda for disaster risk management in the country. My first point is that we really need to make sure that whenever we're working on scientific and technological applications, whether it's climate-related hazards or geophysical hazards, we really should have very sharp problem definition as to what is the problem that we are trying to solve. In the absence of that, what happens is that a lot of unfocused initiatives develop, which do not really solve the priority problems that are there in the disaster risk management sectors. In the cyclone early warning system, for example, one of the reasons we've made progress is that we've had a very clear idea of what is the priority problem that we want to solve. The first priority is to know as early as possible the location of the landfall. The second priority is to get to know the maximum wind speeds, how they will be gusting, and so on. The third is to know about the storm surge. The fourth is to know about the accompanying rainfall. Because all of these 4 problems, from the outside, they may look, all the same, but actually the science involved in addressing all of this is quite different, quite sophisticated. It may be interconnected, but it is really important to have very clear idea. Now, if we take the same analogy to earthquakes, now 80% of the country's building stock is brick masonry buildings. Clearly, coming up with scientific and technological solutions that make brick buildings stronger, new ones as well as the existing ones, is a clear, sharp problem that we need to address. It's a priority problem. It affects a very large number of people. So I think that's one thing I would say. Rather than have a supply-driven approach to application of science and technology, we need to have a demand-oriented approach to it, and that requires a sharp problem definition. The second point, which is said again and again, but not done enough, which is really looking at the intersections of different disciplines. So we have, sometimes one goes to so-called multidisciplinary workshops, and there you have a climatologist, a meteorologist who's working on synoptic scale, another meteorologist who's working on a regional and seasonal scale, and they call it multidisciplinary. Yes, of course, that's multidisciplinary, but really we have to get out of our comfort zones. A meteorologist needs to talk to a hydrologist needs to talk about a hydraulics person, a hydraulics person needs to talk about somebody who understands river morphology, this person needs to talk about an urban planner needs to talk to what a sociologist is doing about urban sociology. Unless we become comfortable with working across disciplines, we will make limited progress. And we have to go beyond paying lip service to the notion of multidisciplinarity to actually practicing multidisciplinarity. My third point is that we really need to make sure that we develop a notion of global public good. Whatever applications we develop, especially in the area of disaster risk management, we should make it widely applicable. In the absence of that, there will be a lot of duplication. So whatever we develop not just for our own specific context. We may develop it for our own specific context, but it has to be utilized optimally across the world. The rate at which risks are increasing, the rate at which the disaster losses are increasing, we just do not have the luxury of duplicating each other's work. So we really have to rise above our narrow interest to advance the notion of global public good. We are seeing that happening in the context of COVID-19 on all the aspects where we are collaborating across the world. We are developing systems which are applicable more widely. We are making progress. My fourth point is that the technical and scientific institutions really have to start adopting the local areas. So if there are universities that are in coastal areas, they should really be the best source of expertise on coastal hazards. If there are universities that are based in hill towns, they should be really the best experts on what happens in landslides and what are the methods for mitigating the impacts of landslides. That's my fourth point. My fifth point is that we have to have a dialogue between users of scientific information and producers of scientific information. We have a lot of scientific conferences where scientists talk to each other, and we have a lot of applications or practitioners conferences where practitioners speak to each other. That dialogue does not happen. As a result, what happens is that we do not maximize the use of existing science, existing technology. Wherever that dialogue has happened, we have rapidly reduced losses. See the example of heat wave related losses. In the last 3-4 years, there has been an exponential downward trend in heat wave related mortality. And that has happened because the producers of scientific information, which is the India Med department has been talking to disaster managers like us, public health people, so that they know what is the kind produce and what is it that the user wants. So we don't want, for example, a single day forecast. We want it in bands of 5 days, because when the heat stress accumulates over 5 days, then it begins to cause the impact. So much greater interaction between users and producers, platforms, fostering that conversation is what we need. So with these 5 points, I thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to share some ideas with you, and I look forward to engaging with you during the course of the afternoon. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you, Kamal sir, for speaking about the three priority areas of NDMA and how this is closely linked with the Honorable Prime Minister's 10-point agenda. We spoke about 5 key points with respect to bringing SNT agenda in our country for future. That includes sharp problem definition, intersection of disciplines, then global public good, technical and scientific institutions adopting local areas, and convergence between scientific conferences and application conferences, etc. Thank you so much, sir. Now we have with us Shri GVP Sharma, who is Member Secretary, National Disaster Management Authority. Sir is an Indian Administrative Service Officer of 1986 batch and has served as Collector and District Magistrate in the districts of Nayagarh and Jharsuguda in Odisha state. And sir was also Member Secretary to the task force constituted by the Government of India for review of disaster management Act 2005. And sir has the experience of handling some of the sections of super cyclone of 1999 and also the floods of 2013 in Uttarakhand, Helene cyclone 2013, September 14 floods of Jammu and Kashmir, and also the Hudhud cyclone of 2014. I request Sharma sir to kindly address this gathering through his official address. Sharma.
Dr. Honorable Minister for Health and Family Welfare, Earth Sciences and Science and Technology, Ashutosh Sharma, Mr. Farhad Wani, Mr. Kamal Kishore, Dr. Akhilesh Gupta, Major General Mr. Anil Gupta, and all the dignitaries present. I like to mention very briefly that use of science and technology in terms of hazard, vulnerability, risk analysis has been being talked for quite some time. But in terms of actual ground use, in terms of the nodal ministries coming up with specific hazard vulnerability assessments, risk assessments at the ground level, I think there is a lot of work to be done. And in this context, I would like to mention that Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change is the nodal ministry for chemical disasters. Similarly, Ministry of Earth Sciences is the nodal ministry for earthquake. Ministry of Mines is the nodal ministry for landslides. Even though these ministries are the nodal ministries, in terms of actual hand-holding, in terms of supporting the state governments, in terms of identifying either landslide specific areas, hazard-prone areas, and taking up specific mitigation measures, either structural mitigation or non-structural mitigation measures, I think that more work needs to be done in terms of outreach by the science and technology institutions. As good academic institutions, as scientific institutions, they are great. But in terms of actual outreach and in terms of supporting the disaster managers at the ground level, I think more work needs to be done. In this context, I would like to mention that the soon the mitigation fund guidelines will come into force, and we hope that these funds will make there for any conscious structural or non-structural mitigation measure which they may be adopting. I would also like to mention in this context that as the COVID pandemic has shown, it is also an opportunity to try various new technology options. Like, for example, without any advanced conscious planning, we could see that a lot of startups with small geofencing apps have come forward for identifying quarantine of the people who are at risk. Similarly, GIS-based analytical tools came up. Lot of technology options came up. So therefore, this is a good opportunity to see why similar replicability cannot be done in terms of handling other disasters, other hazards like landslide or earthquake, or doing mitigation work for other, including the earthquake resilient infrastructure. And another point I would like to mention is that, as Mr. Kamal Kishore has mentioned, interdisciplinary areas require good deal of thrust, no doubt. But this actual thrust needs to be implemented on the ground. Like once, for example, I would like to mention that the subject environment science is not considered as an appropriate subject in postgraduate level in many Indian universities, with the result that if somebody is not from botany or zoology, and if somebody has done environment science, even after the person has done PhD, the career prospects would be limited. We hope that with the formation of the National Higher Education Council and the new policy thrust areas, these kind of bottlenecks are removed, and more innovativeness and more flexibility will come to the higher education sector, so that the research and development organizations will work hand in hand with the disaster managers. And in this context, before concluding, I would like to mention that, as all of you are aware, the period from 2015 to 2030 is very important in terms of three global frameworks, whether it is UNFCCC or the Sustainable Development Goals or the Sendai framework. There are common areas where a lot of work needs to be done by different agencies, because as all of us are aware, that there have been solid evidence to indicate that both in terms of intensity as well as frequency, the hydro-meteorological disasters are increasing globally. So therefore, there is no denying the fact that urgent and concerted measures are required for taking up mitigation in a very systematic manner. I hope that these 3-day deliberations will offer opportunities for adequate brainstorming and taking these ideas forward. I thank NIDM for having given me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarmaji, for highlighting the fact that hazard vulnerability risk analysis at ground level is the need of the hour. That academia and scientific organizations should go for actual outreach and support the disaster managers at the ground level. And as COVID-19 has shown several new technologies, so why this can't be done in the area of DRM? And the higher education in the field of environmental science, it should convert to job finding as well. Thank you, sir. Now we have Professor Ashutosh Sharma, Secretary, Department of Science and Technology. I request sir for his keynote address. Professor Sharma is currently holding the key position of Secretary, Department of Science and Technology. Sir has BTech degree from IIT Kanpur, Masters from Pennsylvania State University, and also PhD from Buffalo State University. And his research contributions include interdisciplinary measures spanning a wide range of nanotechnology. Sir is elected fellow of the Indian National Science Academy, the Indian National Academy of Engineering, also the World Academy of Sciences, and the Asia Pacific Academy of Materials. Ashutosh Sharma.
Good afternoon, namaskar to everybody. Today we are discussing an extraordinarily important subject on climate risk management, the climate change and how to manage that. And I'm very happy that the National Institute of Disaster Management together with DST is looking at it and have put together a very compelling team of experts who are going to deliberate on these issues. And it's really delightful that Honorable Minister Dr. Harshvardhan has been able to join us. Indeed, my previous speaker, Shri Kamal Kishore, was talking about multidisciplinarity. Our minister is in fact an example of that. So he has deep insights into science and technology, health, earth sciences, and indeed also in environment and forest and climate change. so that this is a great convergence of so many different disciplines of knowledge, which all relate to this particular conference that we have gathered for. Our previous speaker, Shri GVV Sharma, Kamal Kishore, my colleague Akhilesh Gupta, Major General Manoj Bindal, and of course Professor Anil Gupta and everybody who assembled here, all the distinguished speakers, scientists who would participate in these discussions. This is going to be a great conference. We have a lot of expectations of concrete outcomes from this conference. So let it not be only an academic activity, as was also pointed out by Shri Kamal Kishore. In fact, when I was hearing him, when I listened to him, it occurred to me that we have had these discussions before together, or maybe I've listened to him before, or he listened to me before, because I had maybe a very similar agenda. I totally reflect, I totally agree with the points, the 5 points that he put together. So let me just say that look, this thing is of great importance, great importance. It's a little bit like slow cooking, so we don't recognize the problem until it's right there. And of course, how disasters are related to climate, I think that link is becoming very clear. So every little change in the average temperature would lead to higher frequency of extreme events. And so some of that we see happen. It's no longer sufficient to only talk about mitigation and adaptation. So we also have to talk about preparedness. We have to talk about management, if you would. And the theme of the conference, which is research, policy, practice interface, is very important because really there are two strong pillars of addressing any problem. These two strong pillars are science and technology and implementable policy, practicable policy, if you would. So if we had a combination of these two, then that would go a long way in addressing the issues related to climate change, the risk management, and so on. Thinking about the policy, Department of Science and Technology is in the middle of formulating a new policy on science, technology, and innovation 2020. And in fact, that policy, an overarching principle of that policy is that how do we get knowledge creators and knowledge consumers to work together? This was a point that was discussed by Kamal Kishorji, and I totally agree. See, the problem in our science and technology is not so much in the strength of our silos. If we look at in isolation, if we look at the strength in R&D, we look at the strength in IITs, universities, R&D labs, we have some of the best human resources in the world. We have a fairly good infrastructure. India is number 3 in producing the number of scientific publications, which basically means that it points to the intensity of activity and our capacity for scientific research. The problem is that the people who have to use this knowledge, there is either not a sufficient pull by them for the knowledge, or there is not a sufficient push for that knowledge going to the people who would actually make use of that knowledge. So the practice part is really important. Now, of course, when we look at the problem of climate change, the problem of climate change is global. Of course, we know that. If you look at the per capita emissions in India, you can clearly understand that we are not part of the problem. We have not been part of the problem in terms of cumulative emissions which drive climate change. However, we simply cannot shrug our shoulders and say, look, we are not part of the problem and we still need to develop. I mean, we are quite some way off from there, so that we need to develop, and clearly we need to have efficient use of technologies, the growth technologies. But we are certainly have to be part of the solution, regardless of whether we are part of problem or not, because it affects us. And as was pointed out, that we are, in terms of vulnerability, number 5 in the world in terms of disaster. So we have to be Atmanirbhar in related to how we manage our disaster preparedness and everything else. So Atmanirbharta, both in science and technology and its applications, is important. And what basically means is that we need to work together. And COVID-19 times have taught us some lessons, which are in fact important, which are in fact relevant for solution of all problems, not just related to this particular virus. The problem of climate change, the problem of sustainable development, the problem of antibacterial resistance, the problem of rise of intelligent machines. These are overarching problems of all foreseeable future, or even beyond the foreseeable future. Even much after COVID-19 times would become a little footnote in the margin of history, these problems are going to be with us forever. So it's clear there is something that we need to put all the actions in place now before the disaster is there, or the climate changes are there. In all of this, I would just conclude very quickly now by saying that connecting our systems is very important. What are these systems? So if you look at end-to-end ecosystem of knowledge, that of science and technology, it may start from education, higher education, but even school education. And it's very important that we pay attention to that as well, because it's a cultural issue as much as it is science and technology issue. For example, the two missions that DST drives in the area of climate change, their major emphasis on disseminating information, relevant information, understandable information for people who live in Himalayan regions, for example, which is a very fragile, very delicate part of ecosystem. So it is through community participation and adapting the technology solutions, adapting the cultural and behavioral changes which are required, which is part of the solution. So we're looking at this ecosystem of knowledge, starting from education, going to R&D, basic, applied, developing technologies, developing relevant technologies, developing human resources, developing startups and innovation. Innovation basically means that we make use of the knowledge to generate socio-economic opportunities. So to use that knowledge is innovation, and that's there. And then linking with the industry, linking with the line ministries, all of that, linking with the market, linking with the society at large. So this is our entire end-to-end knowledge ecosystem, in which there are two different entities that operate together: the knowledge creators and knowledge consumers. And indeed, for them to work together is extremely important. Now I'll just give you an example. Whole lot of science and technology that one develops, it may be fantastic science and technology, but we don't know the purpose of it. The purpose and the direction has to come from the knowledge consumers. So this may be line ministries, this would be innovators, this would be startups, this would be industry, this would be MSMEs, what have you. So we must understand that each one of us plays a huge role in making this enterprise successful. And so while we may keep flagging the weaknesses of our R&D and so on, we would be barking up the wrong tree, because our major weakness lies not in R&D, but its direction and relevance, which has to come from outside the R&D system. And so our ministry, if they knew, for example, what they need in 2 years from now, 5 years from now in terms of technology, then I'm sure that our scientists would be able to meet and beat the requirements and the needs of those technologies. So like I said, I want to conclude now, and I note the themes of the conference, which are indeed very compelling themes. S&T policy in Indian context of present and future. Like I said, a very comprehensive science, technology, and innovation policy is in offering, with consultations with the widest stakeholder base. And it would cover end-to-end ecosystem and how to connect different compartments of this knowledge ecosystem. There is a thing on path-breaking research needs. Just to tell you, there was a mention about artificial intelligence and so on. Sensors are important, Internet of Things are important, cyber physical systems are important, digital systems, all of that. And I just want to share with you that DST launched ambitious national mission last year. It's called Cyber Physical Systems at an investment of 3,600 crores. And the whole idea is that in this mission, there are three stakeholders, equal stakeholders: industry, line ministries, and academia and R&D. So it's like triple helix, and we have to work together to make sure that the fruits of R&D are actually reaching us. And I would request everybody here, if you got an idea about artificial intelligence, machine learning, digital, cyber, or convergence of these technologies in any form for disaster management, preparation, and so on, please reach out to us, and we would connect you with the right people to get the information. Role of industry and private sector, yeah, everybody knows that they have to be rather more active, rather more proactive about knowledge economy. Historically, our industry did not flourish by knowledge. Sometimes they flourished by not what they knew, but who they knew. But that has to change, because the global competition today demands that we ride fully on knowledge, that we fully leverage knowledge. Role of disruptive technologies, that looks, yes, indeed. And this is something that our R&D labs, our education has to fully permeate into our people. So there are three ways of solving a problem that in Hindi I just call them Jugad, Dhanda, and Panga. Now, disruptive technologies belong to Panga, and I wish that there is more Panga that people are taking on every level, and not just be, oh well, Britishers said this, so we are doing that. Okay, it's time that we did disruptive changes ourselves, not for the sake of disruptive changes, but the fact that we live in a world today wherein many solutions, effective industries would actually come by doing little bit of not only dhanda and jugad, but also a whole lot of panga. And so climate resilience and disaster safety development, another session, very good, whether it's agriculture or what have you, green growth, sustainability. So I want to congratulate everybody again in going forward, in having these very deep discussions about science, technology, and innovation. Please think about two aspects in addition to all the deep technology discussions. Think about two specific aspects. How would these technologies go where they're supposed to go? What is the connect we need? And who actually would be responsible for that connect? If there is any help, if you think that we need to help in any of this, feel free basically to just tell us what is it which is needed. Right. The second aspect is all of these technologies and stuff. How do we disseminate the information? I'm not talking about deep technology knowledge. I'm talking about in simple words that people can understand, and therefore it has an impact on our culture and on our behavior, because those are indeed the very foundations of how we are going to be addressing the challenges of climate change, environment, and indeed all the things that matter going in the future. So thank you very much indeed for holding this meeting, and I wish all the very best to participants in generating this knowledge, and please do connect with us later. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharma sir, for highlighting the need for multidisciplinary needs and their convergence. You spoke about the linkages of climate change parameters with extreme weather events. We also spoke about the combination that should be there with respect to science and technology innovations and also practicable policies. You rightly said, sir, that India, though not being part of our problem with respect to global climate change, but we should definitely be part of its solutions. And then you said that purpose of science and technology innovation should come from the users, and there is every possibility to use artificial intelligence with respect to disaster risk management. Thank you, sir. Now, we are very much happy and honored, rather, the whole gathering is honored with the benign presence of Honorable Dr. Harshvardhan Ji, who is Minister of Health and Family Welfare, Science and Technology and Earth Sciences. Sir has long and distinguished record of public service, and basically he is an ENT surgeon by profession, and he has organized doctor cells and helped establish vibrant units of these cells across our country in different states. And we also launched the COVID India Seva, which is 24 hours helpline. This is basically two-way channel of communication between the persons in the authorities who are facing the COVID-19. And basically, such focus has been to motivate the country's scientists to come up with new technologies, processes, and products that can provide innovative solutions to people's problems. I request Honorable Dr. Harshvardhan ji to kindly give the inaugural address for this program. Harshvardhan sir. Please लगाइएगा.
Respected dignitaries, Ashish ji,
Yes, sir.
I just got a message from Minister that Minister has immediately got very urgent issue, so he will be joining tomorrow again, and he will be addressing us tomorrow. He will be the first speaker tomorrow. He told that we can go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, sir. So now we have reached to the end of this inaugural session. As they rightly say, every ending has a new beginning. With this positive thought, I request Professor Anil Kumar Gupta ji to propose vote of thanks for all the distinguished guests of honor, distinguished delegates, and also the participants present today. Please, Dr. Gupta.
Thank you, my colleague Mr. Ashish Panda. On behalf of the National Institute of Disaster Management, the collaborating partners for organizing this 3 days international conference that includes GIZ Germany India office, FICCI, International Union for Conservation of Nature, Council of Ecosystem Management, Gorakhpur Environmental Action Group, and Springer Nature Publishing, and many others. On behalf of the team of the organizers, I take the opportunity to extend sincere thanks and gratitude to Honorable Minister Dr. Harshvardhan Saab, who was here till now, but he had got some very emergent issue. So he'll be addressing us tomorrow as the first speaker. We also received the personal blessings and message from Dr. P.K. Mishra, Honorable Principal Secretary to Honorable Prime Minister. So thanks to him, as both of the Minister and Dr. P.K. Mishra has always been our guiding sources and supported the endeavors of NIDM also and the entire disaster risk management fraternity. We have been pleased to welcome and listen to the keynote speaker of the day and the special guest, Professor Ashutosh Sharma. Listening to his words of wisdom is always very useful to us, and he has given a kind of a guiding lines for us to move ahead for utilizing science and technology in better ways. And there he offered a lot of support from the ministry side also, and we'll certainly look ahead for working together, working closely with the institutions under Department of Science and Technology and other ministries, and jointly with various other partners also. I would like to extend sincere thanks to Shri GVV Sharma sir, Secretary, National Disaster Management Authority, who has always been very supportive and always been guiding. I had the opportunity to work with him earlier also. He has been with Ministry of Home Affairs in Disaster Management Division also. And he has been taking very keen interest in all the dimensions of disaster management related planning issues and disaster management related knowledge dissemination, and especially institutionalizing the knowledge fraternity into the mainframe. Thank you, sir, for gracing this occasion and enlightening us with your words of wisdom. Shri Kamal Kishore ji, his 5 points are really very, very important. And as he is also leading the coalition of disaster resilient infrastructure, his deliberation has been very important for us, because when it comes to resilient infrastructure, whether it is we have to talk of resilience against disasters or resilience against the climate risk, many things go hand in hand, and science and technology plays a key role in disaster resilience. But he also highlighted that the science and technology has to join hands with other dimensions of knowledge, other disciplines, including the humanities and social sciences as well. Thank you, sir, for highlighting these issues of guidelines for us. Dr. Farhad Wania, from Project Director of GIZ and in charge of India, your deliberations highlighting the cooperation that we had in the past are very important, which also set the background of our future strategies. We have been working GIZ and NIDM and other institutions together on various aspects of climate resilience and disaster management. So over more than a decade, we have been collaborating on various strategic and scientific programs. And currently also, we are working on many fronts. GIZ India office is one of the biggest office, our biggest outfit of GIZ outside Germany. And the cooperation of Government of Germany with India is very, very strategically and scientifically important for both the countries. And we are working together. So it has been a great opportunity to listen to your words. Dr. Akhilesh Gupta is an advisor of Department of Science and Technology. He has been also the Secretary of the Universities Grants Commission. Dr. Akhilesh Gupta, who is the head of strategic and large programs in DST and also the head of climate change program, has always been supportive to the endeavors of NIDM. For more than 15 years, he has been regularly supporting us in all the possible ways in our academic and training activities also, and also in our research activities and publication activities also. His guidance in implementing this project of climate adaptive planning is very, very important, and we are learning a lot from him. So thank you, sir, for guiding us as the chairperson of the organizing committee of this conference. Very importantly, Major General Manoj Kumar Bindal, who is the leader of our entire team from NIDM, our executive director, his all support and all guidance for going ahead with this with the concept to implementation of this conference, because this period still is not a normal period, and then we decided to hold this strategic conference over the online mode on Cisco WebEx. He extended all supports from IT and other things, and also guided to organize the sessions in most effective ways, and to have the best experts coming in to deliberate upon the key issues. So thank you, Executive Director NIDM, for all supports. Chairpersons, as you if you look at the agenda, you'll find that all the chairpersons and panelists and facilitators are the luminaries in their field in top level institutions within the country and also outside the country on various aspects of science and technology, various aspects of knowledge management, and various aspects of climate resilience and disaster risk reduction. We are very happy to have you all, the experts on board, for gracing various technical sessions. We are thankful to the partners for joining the team in organizing this program. We are also thankful to the participants who are coming from various parts of the country, and some of the participants are from outside the country also, who have interest in the science and technology development in the country and also disaster risk reduction in the country, in India. We are also thankful to our colleagues from various projects under the CAPRES, which is supported by the Department of Science and Technology, health resilience and capacity building, which is supported by the WHO. There is a project on crisis management on water contamination emergency supported by Ministry of Environment and Central Pollution Control Board, and a project on a national agriculture disaster management plan supported by the Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare. So we are thankful to all the entire team under this project who have been working for past 10 to 12 days, almost day and night, for making preparations for this program, and their hard work has to be recognized. So thanks to all of them. Thanks to the entire NIDM team, NIDM's IT team, computer cell, administration, and all the staff for making this possible during this little kind of a new normal situations also. And thank you one and all for making this program a success. And thanks to all for gracing the inaugural session and giving us the guidance for next 3 days of the knowledge journey. So thank you very much. And again, over to Mr. Ashish Panda.
Thank you, Professor Gupta. I think there is a gap of 5 minutes probably to that to begin the next session, sir. We can inform the August day.
Ashish ji, since we can think of having a gap of only 2 minutes, and then we can plan for the next session.
Okay, thank you, sir. So Chitresh ji is online, sir. So we hand over the session to Chitresh ji.
Thank you, Ashish Panda ji, for nicely moderating the session. And now we move to the special policy panel 102, that is Science and Technology Policy in India, Context of Present and Future. The session is chaired by Dr. Arbinda Mitra, Scientific Secretary in the Office of Principal Scientific Advisor to Government of India. And we have the distinguished panelist, Professor Sudhir Jain, who is Director of Indian Institute of Technology, Professor Rajiv Shah, who is from Kyoto University, Japan, and who is also chair of the United Nations TRR Science and Technology Advisory Group, Professor S.P. Singh, FNA, former Vice Chancellor of HND Gadwal University, and Ms. Amrita Mukherjee, who is the Science Technology Policy Fellow with Department of Science and Technology, Government of India. The facilitator for this program is Mr. Chitresh Saraswat from the Australian National University, and moderator of this program is Dr. Akhilesh Gupta, advisor and head of SPLICE program and climate change program of DST. So I take this opportunity to welcome all the dignitaries and all the resource persons of this panel. This is special panel discussion. The special panel discussion is a policy panel which aims to discuss the science and technology related policy regimes in India, that how we evolved over time in our science and technology policy, and how we are envisaging our next current and the future moves, and the kind of paradigm shift looking to the various dimensions from social, technological, environmental, and disaster related issues also, and also the future developmental needs, including achieving resilient development and SDGs. So with these words of introduction, I welcome all the dignitaries, chairperson, moderator, and the distinguished expert panelists of this session. I request my colleague in this panel, Mr. Chitresh Saraswat, to please take the proceeding forward. Mr. Chitresh.
Thank you very much, Dr. Anil Gupta ji, for the introduction. I hope I'm audible. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, according to your different time zones. I welcome you all to the conference on Science and Technology Research Policy Practice, Interface for Climate Risk Management Special Policy Panel on Science and Technology in India, Context of Present and Future. As Dr. Anil Gupta ji mentioned that this policy panel aims to discuss the science and technology related policies, regimes in India and anticipated paradigm shifts to address the present and future development needs, including achieving sustainable development goals and resilient development. Before we move forward with the panel discussion, I would like to invite the chairperson of the session, Dr. Arvind Mitra, who is a scientific secretary in the Office of Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India, for opening remarks. Dr. Mitra has extensively worked in the field of geology and has experience of more than 30 plus years. He played a seminal role in formulating the long-term science strategy of the Indian Antarctic Mission, and his extensive work brought a paradigm shift in Indo-American cooperation in science, technology, and innovation. So I would like to invite Dr. Mitra for his opening remarks. Dr. Mitra, floor is all yours, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you indeed, Kshetres, for the introduction. And let me also thank Professor Gupta and colleagues at NIDM for giving me this opportunity to chair this panel, which has, of course, a very erudite list of panelists who would follow me. It's actually very topical that we are discussing this particular issue on S&T policy for disaster management at a time when actually the nation is going through the process of spelling out a new science, technology, and innovation policy, which is in the offing. My colleague, from DST, Dr. Akhilesh Gupta, I'm happy he's the moderator. He would throw more light on the process that is being followed to actually spell out the new policy, which is currently in the making. I would rather confine myself to actually speaking about the role of science and technology and the modern developmental challenges. As all of you would actually agree, today's most pressing issues and developmental challenges, which nations across the world is facing, have a very strong scientific and technological dimension. Science and technology-led innovation offers therefore a great opportunity to address some of these multifaceted challenges, which are now truly global in nature. S&T is now recognized as a driver and pillar of growth across sectors, covering agriculture, food processing, communication, education, energy, health, and the pandemic did really show that water, transport, manufacturing, pollution, disaster management, and you name it. So for a diverse country like India, science and technology is therefore expected to touch the lives of people and is seen to be a tool that enables ease of living for common citizens. Evidently, therefore, today, the span of science and technology policy making and interventions, both in its breadth and depth, has become increasingly complex to be able to address the national needs and aspirations by being inclusive in the national context, and at the same time also meet the international obligations as a responsible state actor. S&T today therefore plays a very pervasive role cutting across sectoral domains, which I just explained. The contemporary S&T policy mechanism, therefore, unlike in the past, the policy-making mechanism, unlike in the past, cannot be seen to function and work in isolation. S&T therefore is not today can be looked as a vertical silo, but it is therefore a very horizontal cross-cutting thing. It needs to be both overarching as well as encompassing to make it convincing to both the polity and people. To make this happen, the S&T policy mechanism, which has to envision the creation of domain-specific technology platforms. For example, we are talking today of disaster management.
for service delivery through effective R&D knowledge convergence from diverse scientific sectors that needs to be put into a technology platform that can be then leveraged for actually taking quick decisions on the ground. This requires, therefore, an end-to-end S&T embedded strategy across various arms of the government, including social, economic, and infrastructure ministries and departments. And this is very important today. Science and technology policy cannot be left alone, therefore, to be drafted or piloted by the S&T ministries, which has been happening in the past. There has to be an extensive consultative process where all sections of the society, all sections of the government, industry, everybody is consulted to evolve a consensus policy. And this is exactly what is happening in the current STI policy making, which Akhilesh will elaborate later on. The polity today therefore expects the adoption of S&T policy paradigm across the value chain, which includes startups, the private sector, the public sector entities, in order to unlock the potential by creating a virtuous cycle of supply and demand. And this is very critical when we actually think of making a policy paper or a policy document related to disaster management. As all of you would agree, the 21st century is witnessing a new era characterized by the rapid development of emerging technologies in the physical, digital, and biological spheres, which would transform human life. Consistent efforts are therefore necessary to utilize the best potential of such technologies in order to address humanitarian challenges such as that mankind faces, including disaster management as we know today. In this context, as Sitesh just now referred to, Chitresh just now referred to, the importance of science, technology, and innovation in achieving the 2030 Agenda for UN Sustainable Goal, SDG, to which most nations, including India, are committed, throws open a new window of opportunity also internationally for countries to develop pathways for integrating STI interventions to strengthen their efforts towards economic and social development, as well as for achieving the SDGs and build a synergy between the both. All of you are aware that the Global Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure, CDRI, was announced by Prime Minister Modi at the UN Climate Action Summit in New York last year. The CDRI is an example of international partnership piloted by India in consultation with 35 countries that will support developed and developing nations to build climate and disaster resilient infrastructure required to face the vagaries of climate change. Established as a platform for generating and exchanging knowledge, CDRI will conduct country-specific and global activities. It will provide member countries technical support and capacity development, research and knowledge management, and advocacy and partnership towards risk identification and assessment, urban risk and planning, disaster management, disaster risk management. Within 2 to 3 years, the coalition aims to have a threefold impact of achieving considerable changes in member countries' policy framework. Therefore, and also the future infrastructure investments and high reduction in economic losses from climate-related events and natural disasters across sector. We can, through this international coalition, mitigate earthquake, tsunami, flood, and storm impact by ensuring that affordable housing, school, health facilities, public utilities are built in line with robust standards required to survive any natural or man-made disaster. This framework needs to be developed and led by India through an international consultative process. So this is a very important challenge which India as a country has to play a role in leaders as the CDRI, within the CDRI country, to create policy frameworks that would enable this to happen. Now, as far as I see the whole, policy that we need to develop related to disaster management has to be inclusive with people at the center. And therefore, the disaster management policy paradigm has to be very encompassing and holistic. And I broadly see that it can be broken into two aspects. One is the backbone. And what is the backbone to this policy? A robust data generation system is very, very critical for disaster management, and use the data for real-time modeling and prediction, which currently I think is not still adequate in the country. So this is what I call the research and development part of it, the knowledge creation and then the knowledge dissemination. What I say is research and education. And the last aspect of it is knowledge application or innovation, which is develop technological tools for mitigation and therefore come out with innovative products that are required, equipment that are required to fight disaster. Now, this is another big challenge. I believe there's a huge amount of imports that we are doing of most of the equipment that we do that we need for disaster management. So there is a need, therefore, also to push, the development of new technologies. And the most critical thing in the infrastructure and its implementation tool is also to have the right information and communication network built in the country. So I think these are some of the pillars that needs to be looked into while developing a holistic, STI policy for disaster management. So the need of the hour today, therefore, what I feel is to integrate research, education, and innovation as a triad, so that the knowledge that we generate through the research outcome has to be applied so that the knowledge generation could also lead into into a wealth creation through its application of new technologies. So if we are able to connect these three important dots, then I think we would be able to able to develop a policy which is encompassing, and this would require collaborations both at the subnational and national and international level. And COVID has shown this partnership between R&D labs, partnership between academia, between industry, startup, diaspora, and the international community is how we need to develop in order to make a policy which is cross-cutting, sustainable, and can take India to the lead. So I think I'll end here. These were my initial thoughts, more to speak about as to how the policy framework should emerge for this. I would now, request the moderator to take it up and, invite the distinguished expert panelists to give their views. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Mitra, for your insightful remarks. And yes, we all agree with that. Science and technology policies cannot be envisioned or work in isolation. And the end-to-end science and technology policies needs an holistic view. And the explanation of CDRI as an international partnership to develop climate-resilient infrastructure is very insightful for our audience. And you correctly identify the research gap of data generation for disaster management and how to achieve those gaps through policies. I can see one question in the section. It's for you, but I think we can come back to this one before end of the presentation or later in the before closing remarks. So I'm sure your opening remarks will help us to steer the panel discussion. And for the same, I would like to invite Dr. Akhilesh Gupta, who is advisor and head of SPLICE program, climate change program with the Department of Science and Technology, Government of India. Dr. Gupta is heading the climate change program of DST, coordinating 2 national missions on climate change under a National Action Plan on Climate Change. He has published over 185 research papers in various national and international journals. So Dr. Akhilesh Gupta will moderate this session. The floor is all yours, sir.
Thank you, Chitresh, and very good afternoon to everybody. Dr. Arvind Mitra, Chairman, the panelists, Professor Sudhir Jain, Dr. Rajit Shah, Dr. S.P. Singh, Amrita, the office. Just to explain, I see Dr. Salesh. So good afternoon to you, sir, also. Lina, my friend, and also Kirtivan, Dr. Kalachan Jain, and many others who are on the panel. Very good afternoon, everybody, and I take this opportunity welcoming everybody. Before we start the panel, a few points that I need to mention, as you know, that in India is now, in fact, formulating a science and technology innovation policy, encompassing all the subject areas and the discipline that we can think of. In fact, this is for the first time that the call has been totally, bottom up, digitalized, inclusive knowledge supported. We are trying to reach out to every citizen in this country, not just scientists, but everybody. All previous policies were, either thought driven or written by the scientists or the scientists. I think as Dr. Mitra mentioned that this is the first time that we are formulating a policy not by the scientists alone and not for the scientists alone. That's a big difference. As I said, a lot many institutions and subject areas have been addressed, in, of course, disaster management and climate change. I would talk about the two big themes that policy has been addressing. I would like to come up in the context of disaster management, which is relevant here, and also in the difference to the capacity building. That is, generally, first of all, I would say that the capacity building exercise in the country is always being taken as vertical. Every institution, अरे 4 लोगों को आप training दिला दो. But training is not, in fact, when NDMA came in 2005, the slogan that we brought is that, the disaster should be mainstream with all actions in the government. Everything should be mainstreaming of the. But the one issue that remains unaddressed, in this the whole thing, is that the training is considered as a very been taken very lightly. Some of the people, they just join the training for the sake of completion of some certain thing. But I think through this policy, we are addressing this issue very differently. So instead of making training as vertical, we are proposing to bring out training as horizontal, so that it gets mainstream to every activity, every institutional activity of the country. This is one major thinking mindset issue that we have. Second very important thing, that is the institutional mechanism in the country in the area of capacity building has been very limited. Again, there are some institutions which carry out a capacity building program, and I must mention here that we had Professor Vinod Sharma as chairman of a thematic group, which has in fact given a very powerful recommendation that India should come out with a capacity building, a national authority on capacity building. And this is a powerful recommendation that the centralized mechanism to address the in a holistic way, not just disaster management, but overall capacity building in the country. Today's theme, what we are going to discuss, is more to do with the disaster management. I would like to mention another thing. Generally, that the research, policy, and practice linkages are weak in the country, and this is a very important theme that has been brought here. So, research institutions, as Dr. Mitra also pointed out, converting research into practice normally not very, I would say, institutionalized, and they are not to a very smooth or in a natural way. And that's why there is a need for bringing that into a policy mechanism. Even funding systems are, differently kind of operated in the country. See, since we being from the government, we know that normally the support that we provide for for any research or practices are normally driven by the consideration that the government versus the private or the civil society organization. I think there is a need again for a policy to look at all these entities with the same kind of, equal treatment should be given to all. So this is another area. In fact, climate change and the disaster management, in fact, that is an integrated interdisciplinary issues. They cannot be just science issue. They have to be. There are a large social issues are connected to this, and that's why they need to be seen in a different perspective, even while funding these program of credit. So I think I wouldn't go much into detail of the whole thing. Let's hear the panelists one by one. So may I now, in fact, request the panelists one by one. So I'm first inviting Professor Sudhir Jain, Director of IT Gandhinagar, to share his thought on this issue. Professor Jain.
Thank you, Dr. Gupta. Can you hear me? Are you able to hear me?
Yes, sir.
Loud and clear. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for organizing this wonderful conference and an opportunity to share some of my thoughts. We are really talking about disaster management, climate change, science, and technology. These are the keywords that I'm seeing for this conference. But to my mind, the science and technology policy cannot be looked at in isolation only for climate change or disaster management, but it has to be seen holistically. And what a better time to discuss that than today, when the entire world is going through a unprecedented crisis, and the only tools we have to deal with it are science and technology. Not only the health front, not only the vaccines and the treatment and the medication, but also the IT tools and the distance related issues. For example, this very conference we are doing using the IT tools. So I don't think there could be a better time than today to see the importance of science and technology in the society. But I think my favorite concern for last many years has been, even before this pandemic, that we need to appreciate in India that just like the East India Company colonized us so many years back, because they had better technology, because they were better prepared. I had always been concerned for last about 10 or 15 years that we in India are in a risk of being colonized economically, and if it is economical colonization otherwise, because imagine all of us giving lots of money for buying an Apple cell phone, an Apple laptop, an Apple iPad, or whatever devices. Imagine we spending a lot of money on various tools and various technologies that are being developed outside India, that are being managed from outside India, and we becoming the user. It is like the way in good old days the British took the cotton from India and then brought the finished cloth back to India. Today, we are in a somewhat similar situation where some of our best brains move over to other countries, and then we import the technologies. So this is something that we need to see in a more holistic manner. It is not only for climate change, but it is also for the current pandemic situation. But I think it is a much bigger issue of India's economy, and because of economy, I think sovereignty. And again, the kind of stress we are seeing on our borders, I would imagine a lot of it has something to do with we not having invested enough in science and technology related stuff. So what is it that would require a strong science and technology base in India? I'm not a scholar on science and technology per se, but some of the key thoughts that come to my mind are we need to give strong fundamentals to our young people. We need to inculcate in them critical thinking. We need to make them think of innovative solutions to problems that happen, the risk taking, the ethics of their conduct, including in science and technology, the enablement, how do we enable them, how do we encourage them, and finally, how do we recognize those who do well? These are some of the key elements that come to my mind. And which are the main stakeholders, which are the main key players in this space? The schools and the universities to start with, R&D laboratories, the government laboratories, the private sector laboratories, the industry, public sector companies, private sector companies, and the government. In government, again, there are social sectors. For example, the armed forces would be the social sectors, and armed forces could be the major beneficiaries of a strong science and technology policy, science and technology culture that this country can have, and as well as the enabler and the funding agency, the government as a funding agency. So I think we need to look at it in a whole space. We can't look at it as science and technology policy only for the climate change and disaster management. When you look at the state of our universities, about which I'm a little bit more familiar with, I would dare to say that there's much to be concerned about. We have some fantastic colleges, fantastic universities, fantastic schools, and in a country of 130 crore people, we produce some really outstanding scientists and engineers and others, but that's too few for a country of our size. We are really not making good use of the human resource that we have, and we feel too good about too few of our top quality institutions. And the universities that are being supported through the school system and the school system that is being supported through the society, I think we need to do some sort of an introspection and see, are we going to build a strong science and technology in this country on top of a relatively weak school system, on top of a relatively weak university system? What do I expect from my universities? What do I see a university providing? I expect universities to provide a trust, a ethical environment where people learn to trust, where the university is run based on trust, where people are empowered. Because how are you going to expect somebody graduating from the university to take on the responsibilities if, as a student in the university, he was not empowered? We would expect universities to innovate, which means if there is a problem, to find a solution to it. They would not only teach problem solving to the students, but the university itself will be problem solving entity. And my fear is that we are running our universities too much based on manuals, too much based on circulars, too much based on letters, too much based on policies. The university administrators are expected to follow the letter and the spirit of the circulars rather than finding solutions to the problems that they have. The leadership, ultimately, I think it all boils down to leadership. And of course, the new education policy is a great time to talk about those things. Some of the fantastic ideas that new education policy has, interdisciplinarity or flexibility in curriculum. But the question is, are we really ready to use those flexibilities? Are we really ready to benefit from the new education policy that we have? My fear is that for too long, we have looked at science and technology as a very isolated event. We suffer from what I call JEE syndrome. Every family, practically every family, practically every child who does well in studies is expected to study only physics, chemistry, and math and only go to an IIT. To me, that is not the way societies can be built. That is not the way the country can be built. And this has had its very, very serious repercussions. It has had very serious difficulties that it has caused. Just to give a sense of how difficult this situation is, about 7 years back, or maybe 5 years back, I was interviewing a faculty candidate, a very fine candidate, BTech from an IIT, PhD from an IIT, fantastic credentials. And during the conversation, something happened, and I asked about the state from which he was coming from. And I asked about the elections that had happened in that state at the time. And one thing led to the other, and I was horrified that the gentleman did not know the chief minister's name of his state. He did not know. Then one thing led to the other, and he did not know the name of the prime minister of the country. If that is the kind of a science and technology we are doing, I think there is a problem. If this young man is a highly qualified undergraduate degree holder from an IIT, PhD from an IIT, and this is the kind of isolation that has been inculcated in the system, there is some deep introspection that we need to do. The second concern that I have, other than this isolation of science and technology, isolation of knowledge, as if math is separate from chemistry, chemistry is separate from biology, and all three are those are different from society. I think the second very fundamental question that India needs to address at some point of time in its policy framework is, what is science and technology research, for example? Is it for credentialing or is it for impact? I too often see senior people telling me how many papers they wrote, or how much is their index factor, H index, or how much are their impact factor journals, or how much are their citations. Are you doing research so that you will have papers, so that you can say how many papers you have? To me, that is only saying to me about your credentials. That is only telling to me that you are smart, that you are good. So what? How much the impact of your science, how much of the impact of your technology? I don't know if we in our country are willing to ask those kind of questions. Unless we ask those kind of questions, we will keep encouraging more and more youngsters to look at research is equal to publishing. We in IIT Gandhinagar have a system where we put one of the youngest assistant professors as chairman of the faculty search committee for the entire institute. And about 2 years back, the chairman of my faculty search committee came to me and he said, Professor Jain, I would like you to meet a faculty candidate today. We have been very impressed with him. But the only problem with him is that he thinks research means publishing. And I was absolutely delighted that my young assistant professor really has imbibed this whole concept that research is not equal to publishing. Research is about impact, and publishing is only a side effect of that, or it is a means of that. And of course, credentialing is important, because at least at a young age, how would I know that somebody is good? Because I will have to see his papers or her papers. So while at a young age, while at an early age, I would like to see the credentials, but I wonder if we are in a position to tell our people that we are really looking for impact and not for credentials alone for rest of life. If a 30 or 35-year-old young man or woman comes to me and says, this is my publishing record, this is my H index, these are my citations, I'm very happy to hear those. But if a 60-year-old scientist tells me these are his papers, these are his citations, these are his H index, I worry about it. I would like to know what has he done or what has she done? How has the society benefited, or how has the profession benefited, or how has the knowledge gone forward? I'm not talking about really applied research versus the pure research. No, that is not what I'm talking about. So that is something that we need to see. Are we really in a position to ask those kind of tough questions to ourselves? Do we have in our system enough ethical underpinning where we can say that we will not worry about how many papers you have, but we will see how much impact you have. If you have person A and person B, and if person B has more papers while person A has made more impact, do we have the courage of convictions? Do we have the wherewithals? Do we have the ethical framework where we will be able to say that person A has had more impact even though he has published less? We would celebrate A and not B. I think these are some of the fundamental questions that we need to address sooner rather than later if we were to do well in our country, whether it is for economic reasons, whether it is for defense reasons, whether it is for disaster mitigation, whether it is for climate change. My concern is that we cannot make much progress. We can make notional progress, we can make little bit progress, we can make incremental progress by giving more money for science and technology, by giving more budget for science and technology, by creating more scientific laboratories, by hiring more scientists. We can make incremental difference. But if we really want to take India where India deserves to go, I think we need to have a cultural shift, policy shift in how we think about science and technology and how we manage it. And I think the first step of that will be to start to recognize that we need to build a very strong ethical framework of running our institutions, running our organizations, running our universities, running our schools. In the absence of that, I think it will be a losing battle. You will be putting money but not getting enough out of it. These are some of my thoughts. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, Professor Jain. In fact, your golden words, I think we need a cultural shift in the entire research area, especially in the science and technology. And very important focus that you brought, that unless the educational and research institution, bring the impact of S&T research, and especially, so you, in fact, what you mentioned is like outcome versus output. So what we are getting is more output. We need more outcome in terms of impact to the society and policy. Thank you. In fact, some of you who have not visited IIT Gandhinagar, you must go and see the work that is being done by Professor Jain. In fact, a research park is coming up, I think, and so much work Professor Jain has done and innovation that he brought to the institution is amazing. And thank you very much, Professor Jain, for your great work that you do. Before we go to Chitresh, any intervention to do, or you want to read out some? I forgot to ask you. You want to read out the bio of the speakers before I invite them?
So, sir,
Okay.
yes, I think I can do that. No problem.
Yeah. No, I don't have their bios with me, so you can, if you can read out the bios. So I think the next speaker is Dr. Rajiv Shah. So can you please invite him and introduce him?
Yes, definitely. Thank you. So next, we're going to invite Dr. Rajiv Shah, who is a professor in Graduate School of Media and Governance of Keio University in Japan. He's co-founder of Resilience Innovation Knowledge Academy and co-chair of the United Nations Asia Pacific Science Technology Advisory Group. And he's also coordinating lead author of IPCC 6th Assessment Report. So he's Dr. Rajiv Shah.
Thank you. Thank you very much. A good afternoon and good evening from Tokyo. Dr. Mitra, session chairman, Dr. Gupta, Anil Gupta ji, and Chitresh, and all our fellow panelists. Thank you very much for inviting me. It's a privilege and honor to speak with this distinguished group of people. Let me put maybe 4 or 5 points which I had in mind related to the science, technology, innovation on disasters and climate change. Number one is like when we had the SDGs, Paris Agreement, Sendai Framework in 2015, After this, we did an analysis on the synergies of these agreements. And we published a policy note from an institute called IJS, Institute of Global Environmental Strategies, based in Japan. In our analysis, we found that the disaster issues are described 12 times and climate issues are described 20 times in the SDG document. So which shows that, of course, without a proper DRR, disaster risk reduction, or climate policies, I think that sustainable development cannot be achieved. And in the same analysis, what also we tried that how in these three frameworks, the term called local has been used. And we found that it is used 10 times in SDG, 48 times in Sendai framework, and 9 times in Paris Agreement. So these are used in the terms of local authorities, local knowledge, local communities, culture, value, system, local adaptation practices, and so on. So my first point here is that any global, regional, or national policy need to have a very strong root in the local level where the actual implementation happens. So this policy and the practice linkage, which we have been possibly talking for several years now, is very, very important. My second point would be like back in 2017-18, we did some survey with this publisher group called Elsevier on the current status of disasters and climate risk research globally. And we found two critical observations that out of this global research, this particular topic, the whole global research, this particular thematic area covers around 0.22% based on the number of papers and like the refereed papers or the Scopus index papers. I'm not going into the discussion whether 0.22 is a high or low number. People have their own perceptions. But the second point is actually very important, that most of the research focus on the economic and the infrastructure damage, but less on the human losses or the social vulnerability. And we found, but one interesting thing actually we found that while the numbers of these publications are higher in US, China, and Japan, the impacts of the research on policy, what Sudhir was just mentioning, that is actually higher in India. So I will be very, very hopeful and very optimistic that when we have this new science, technology, innovation policy, I think we need to give equal importance on the governance related research, as well as the whole the science technology, the details of the science technology research. So I think we need this type of balance, and more this disaster and climate risk issues, the research needs to focus very specifically on saving the lives, which is the primary, what we call the target A of the Sendai framework. So that's my point number 2. As we know that we are living in an ever-changing regime, like we are changing possibly from living with risk to living with uncertainties. The last global assessment report of 2019 has elaborated this very strongly, but we are currently experiencing over the last 8 months that cascading disasters or the complex emergencies becoming very, very important. And possibly traditional hazard specific approach, we need to be actually rethought about that. Some of you who are working in this field who might remember or recall that in 1990, the year 1990, we had our first international decade of natural disaster reduction called the UN IDNDR. And so it's 30 years have passed from the formal inception of an international decade and discussing about the disaster risk reduction. But if you see the name, that time we used to talk about natural disaster reduction. But now we don't use the word natural disasters. We call natural hazards, and the consequence becomes the disasters. So my point here is that 30 years of this journey, these 30 years have been at least a good number of years for a disciplinary maturity, and which actually need to be linked with some other established disciplines. So disaster risk reduction or climate risk management needs to evolve as an disciplinary subject. And as a part of the Prime Minister's 10-point agenda, I had an honor to work with NIDM, UNDRR to develop this Indian University Network on disaster risk reduction. And we found that there are quite a bit of good courses, and you can categorize it, the courses in the technology-related universities like IITs or NITs, some social science-related universities, and some management studies. So I think that the groundwork is already there. So the important part is to recognize in the science, technology, innovation policy the importance of this disciplinary evolution and how we can support policy-wise or the institutional-wise for this higher education, which is very specific, the higher education as well as to do a good cutting-edge research. My fourth point would be that we know that we have been discussing quite a bit for at least last 5 to 6 years that how disaster risk reduction or climate change adaptation can be public goods. There have been quite a bit of arguments. Some argue this as a good public goods, which is like the early warning system, or the bad or the controversial public goods, which is the disaster aid. We often actually face the problem of the data sharing in this particular subject, and always there are lack of very specific policies for data sharing, and we often in every conference is stuck with that particular issue that we don't have enough data sharing. I think that we possibly need to think about more open data or open innovation. The policy should actually encourage more on the open data and open innovation, which needs to be more accessible, efficient, and shareable. And there possibly with all the new technologies, disruptive technologies, and all different types of new innovations, I think the citizen science or the crowdsourcing can play a very, very important role in this specific subject of disaster risk reduction and climate change. We have seen it widely used in many other topics, many other subjects, but possibly it has not yet gone into that deep rooted into this particular topic. Social innovation becomes very, very important here. As we all know that India has the third largest ecosystem for the startups, and all our good universities have their startup innovation hub. But I think we also need a little bit more in the possibly the second tier, little bit the third tier universities to enhance them or to encourage them to think about different types of social innovation. Actually, today, we just completed a social innovation online hackathon we have been doing with 4 Indian universities, with my university, with some other industry partners, and where we actually focused on different sustainable development goals. So my point here is to encourage more open data, DRR as a public goods, citizen science, and generating social innovation. I think the IITs and the branded universities, they have already the ecosystem. They know how to do it. They have a very good industry partnership. But how we actually encourage other universities to be part of this type of innovation ecosystem, I think that's very, very important part. And possibly a good holistic policy can bring it. And my final point would be that back last year, actually, in 2019, when under my chairmanship as the UNDRR Science Technology Advisory Group, we developed what we call the Science Technology Innovation Global Roadmap, which is up to 2030 till the SDGs or the Sendai framework. And if you just Google it, the Science Technology Global Roadmap for Disaster Risk Reduction, you will be able to find it. And in the UNDRR website also it is available. It has 58 specific actions under 4 priority areas, and it's very specific for output. One is data and knowledge, dissemination and application, monitoring and review, and capacity enhancement. And in this whole roadmap, we emphasize very strongly the role of youth and the young professionals. So it's not only just the university education which matters, how we actually develop a larger ecosystem where these young professionals can either get a proper job in this particular field after a good training, or they can actually create new job in this field. So I think the emphasis of this young and the youth professional needs to be actually an integral part of the science, technology, and innovation policy. With that, I will stop here for the time being, and thank you very much for the opportunity to sharing my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rajiv Shah, for your insights. Yes, Dr. Akhilesh Gupta, please.
Thank you, Raju. In fact, you brought up a very important point, I think, and this is which is talk of our agenda of the STI policy, and that is the open source data, open data policy. And I think I must tell you that this has been the concern of scientific community, not just in the climate industry, but almost in every area. And this we are in fact trying to address through the policy instrument that whether can we have something like a national data portal where the all public research output can be placed as both as a primary and secondary data. And also, along with this, there is another very serious concern of the researcher is that the payment of publication fees and also the subscription of the journals. So, in fact, we are proposing a national policy for subscription. So, can the subscription be centrally done? And then the benefit goes to every researcher in the country. So I think this is a very important point that is, brought out by you, and it's concerned to entire research community in the country. So thank you very much. I think we move to the next speaker, and Chitresh, can you please introduce Dr. SVC?
Yes. So let me introduce our third panelist for today, is Professor S.P. Singh, formerly a Vice Chancellor HNB Garhwal University. He made pioneering studies on Himalayan vegetation, both terrestrial and aquatic, and on application of ecology to solution of environmental problem. Presently, he is coordinating a multi-site, multi-partner, and multidisciplinary research on Himalayan timberline in relation to climate change. He has also worked in establishing a partnership between Indian ecologists and Ecological Society of America. So, Professor Hespi Singh, please.
Thank you very much. Are you able to hear me? Are you able to hear me?
Yes, very well.
Well, what I'm going to speak is a bit mixture of two things. We have been, humans are exposed to all kinds of waves. Currently, the COVID wave is much more important, but climate change is going to be something with which we have to live. And when we talk about something, we need to have a system. In my mind, our Himalaya as a region for giving examples of disasters or management or research or something like that. Well, one of the things and then I would be referring to some policy issues. When we see about, say, disaster issues and, say, ecological, especially in Himalaya, we need a really multi-site, multi-partner research or networking. But when you come to actually network, we say always that network should be supported. But where are the policies which are favorable to network type of research? For example, our PhD candidate has to do solo research. He normally is not a part of the network. UGC or universities have never cared about supporting that kind of research through PhD. Then we have a research paper publication. I know this academies of India, especially fellows of National Academy of Sciences and so on. There, a candidate is evaluated on the basis of the papers published by him only, rather than network is considered to be a negative thing. They say that how much you contributed may be very small. Okay. So my submission is that we need some major policy changes in university system, the way we are conducting PhD, and also that we recognize scientists. The network is missing there. If you want to really collaborative research and all those things, they are considered to be negative factor. And even after 30 years, you can say in India, a paper published by one man is given value when you are recognized. So my submission is that these policy changes should be there if you want to support this kind of research, because disaster or other such researchers need not only the collaboration between among the scientists, but also science and say social sciences. So we need to support this kind of structure we need to create. Similarly, say Dr. Jan was speaking about that the plurality of university system is becoming means university not only for science but also social sciences, language, arts, culture. So you are seeing that many universities, especially I'm against even say ITs, they give a lot of emphasis on science without caring about the plurality of university system, and that has also contributed say a lot to reductionist approaches for science is concerned. We need to think about that. And then I saw that I noticed and I discussed with academies that Indian scientists have not published textbooks. This is another policy issue. That is why we scientists did not publish textbooks. So our textbooks, especially in science, they are from outside, like say in ecology, like Odom is far bigger name than anybody else in India. So our heroes were outsiders. Our examples are from outside India. So this has contributed or in a negative way as far as our science culture is concerned. Even today, I mean to say that books are written by Indians, but they are not scientists. They are non-scientists. And scientists don't write books. So somehow this has been the part of our culture. We need to correct these things, very small things, but they have a long effects on those things. Then we are not only say networking, but we need to really give value to when we talk about ecology, disaster, and other things. Perhaps also to say some this what you call science by people, or say citizen science. We are using the term. All these things still remain a very simply lip service issue. They have not been given those values. And climate change perhaps require more say citizen science than any other component as far as dealing these factors are concerned. Himalaya, I was really surprised that in the morning, in the afternoon, in an inaugural session, I didn't hear this word Himalaya. I thought that a disaster and then Himalaya should be mentioned in some way, anywhere, somewhere. Somehow I could not find that word. That clearly reminds me that how unimportant Himalaya is in the academia in this country. When you talk about disaster, landslides, 77% of landslides are in Himalaya. When we talk about climate change, the glacier shrinkage, the water factors, land floods, and all those which affect about 1.3 billion people, even outside India. But somehow I see that this word is missing. And then when we talk about landslide, we didn't develop the science of restoring landslides and the ecology of landslide, how a landslide can be recovered. So these are some of the basic things which that clearly shows the neglect or disregard for actual experiences. And when you see that, say when an earthquake takes place, it leads to thousands of landslides. But that kind of relationship is missing also. And in Kashmir and in case of Nepal, each earthquake, each event and the aftershocks led to something about 80 kilometers square area of the landslides. But you will see that there is not a single research paper, say during last 30, 40 years, which deals with the restoration of landslides in ecological terms, which is governed by vegetation. Then we have been hearing about, say, so many terms, but we scientists never really address these issues. For example, only a few years ago, when Nehru's time was there, we used to talk about, say self-reliance was a very important word. Then, say, after the last 30 to 20 years or so, this word was missing at all. And so everybody used to, self-reliance means negative thing. Now suddenly we are saying self-reliance again. we are not, I'm saying, we are not reacting to these things. This is, in effect, these are the unreal things which are being said in several ways. So we need, even science point of view, we should respond to these things. And so how these things have changed over time, we need to understand. Similarly, there are issues like, say, tourism. When you talk about the COVID or disaster or climate change, one of the biggest factors which has been in recent years is the touristic behavior of Homo sapiens. Whether you go to, say, and Himalaya suffers a lot because of that factor. Now in that country, the disaster, Himalayan landslides and other things are not because people collect biomass, the poor people collect biomass, that is changing. But the tourism or touristic behavior has become so strong. But nobody tries to really say that there's some relationship between tourism and COVID infection and disasters. So my submission is that social science and science, that relationship should be strengthened if we really want to have something like that. Similarly, when we talk about, say, COVID, that clearly shows that in future we are going to use much more plastic than we have been using. Are we prepared for those things? And all these years we have been saying that with no more plastic, but not because of COVID and that kind of, say, pandemic. You are going to depend a lot more on such issues. So we need to really answer these questions. So science point of view, we are not trying to understand. Say repairing, I'm saying in India, socially I used to think that repair of shoes and all those things are very important component of family. All these are gone. So repairing, I'm saying shifting emphasis on, say, a kind of recycling, which involves a lot of jobs, I would say. The poor people should be also involved in that kind of activities. We never gave importance to these factors. So my submission is that if we want to really have a self-reliance, if we want to have addressing these issues, policies and factors, we need to give a lot of values to some of the things which we are doing. And globally also, I think scientists should take initiative in the sense that even no more can depend on a country like America, Russia, England. We have been depending all these years on those countries to take lead. We should also think about taking lead in some way. There should be some kind of confidence in us so that we can argue in that way. And for that also, we need a good support of science. Here, the real issue is that Dr. Jan, I think, referred to that. If you look at, say, university's role in independent India, and one of the indicators could be FNA, Fellow of National Academy of Sciences. In the initial stage, it used to be universities used to dominate, or they used to be fairly important component. Now universities are no more there. Institutes, they hog up about 70% of the FNAs, and then among the universities, central universities are only there, and state universities are nowhere. In a way, many of our state universities are kind of, I call it, semi-higher education stage. So, but we ignore these factors. We try to develop courses. As someone said that, say, we have very good policies. Yes, there are many universities I know that they can't really maintain even conducting examination through semester system. So they had to abandon semester system because they are not enough staff. So these realities, I'm saying how somehow my feeling that we can afford, we can't afford, but we are affording to ignore these realities. The realities are in fact disturbing. I'm saying that my serious charge that most of state universities have become almost kind of semi-higher education, means giving some degrees, but then nothing to do with the research. So networking, say transbound issues, collaborations, all these things have little meaning as long as our archaic systems in our university continue to be there. We try to really make many changes, but all these are, I'm saying again that there's few universities had to abandon semester system because they have no facilities to really conduct proper examinations. As a vice chancellor, I remember that I used to say that, are you able to really differentiate a good student from bad student through examination system or not? So that kind of situations are there. So policies point of view, when we make policies, whether it at UGC or other things, UGC doesn't know even the network research, it is possible or not. They've hardly applied their mind. So my submission is that there are some basic problems with us. But even then, because of our big numbers, because of some good institutions, and because Americans or British or say Russia or Chinese, they are not behaving responsibly as a climate change or disasters of this kind is concerned, we should take some initiative. If politicians are not taking, we scientists or other academic people, they should at least start thinking about these issues. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
In fact, a lot of different things. Sorry.
Sir Singh, I think you are champion of Himalayan ecosystem research and also the university system. Very important issue that you brought out regarding the research program mental research. In fact, it's the first time, in fact, that GST has in fact initiated with research. Professor Singh, can I request this to mic? It is going.
Okay. Is switch on? I think
Yeah.
let me switch on.
Yeah.
Is okay?
Yeah, thank you. I think we will have some time in case already we are running behind the time. So we will go to the last speaker, and then we will, if there is a time, we can have some question answer. So let's last speaker is Miss Amrita Mukherjee. She is the fellow of DST policy research that we have. She is very intensely involved in the science and technology innovation policy formulation. Over to Chitresh, if you have just introduction for her.
Yes, sir. Thank you. So Ms. Amrita Mukherjee is currently a Science Technology Innovation Fellow at the Young Policy Professional level with the DST, hosted at Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. She has completed her undergrad from Miranda House, DU from Political Science, and Masters in International Relations from Jadavpur University. So I think let's head to the presentation directly. Ms. Amrita.
Thank you, Chitresh. Could I please request Ms. Preetha Acharya to pull up the presentation for me so that I can...
Yeah, Ms. Amrita, in just a minute, it will be on the screen.
Thank you.
May I request you to be a little brief, then we'll have to wind up this session early.
Yes, Dr. Gupta, definitely.
आप जिस व्यक्ति को
So meanwhile, we start the presentation. Let me tell more about Amrita. Amrita is also a recipient of Ryoichi Sasakawa Young Leader Fellowship 2018 and 19. So now we have a presentation up.
Yes.
So all the best, Amrita.
Full screen. Thank you, Chitresh. Can we go full screen, please? Yes, thank you. So good evening, everyone. This is Amrita Mukherjee. I'm a STIP Young Policy Professional with the DST, as introduced. What I'm doing here today is talking about a little bit about a work that I had done earlier, which is the role of education in disaster risk reduction, where it's an Indian scenario. But my primary focus area for the presentation, thinking the gaps that we have identified from the work and relating it to the Science Technology Innovation Policy 2020 that is currently under formulation. So if we could go to the next slide, we look at the global disaster scenario. Preetha? Yes. Then we can move on quickly in this section where the work looks at the global disaster scenario. And if we move to the next slide, we will see a India vulnerability profiling that has been done as part of the work. Could we have the next slide, please? Yeah, this is something that we've done also as part of the work. And if we move to the next slide, we will look at the contextual referencing of the work that was carried out. Preetha, please, next slide. Yeah, so we began our work right from the Hyogo framework and all the way up to the SDGs. And with the Indian context, we began looking at right from the NDMA of 2005 up to the National Disaster Management Plan of 2019, looking at their interconnectedness and their interlinkages. In fact, I think I've also referred to some of the panelists present to the work that they have done. And if we look at the next slide, which talks about the system analysis, where we've identified the gaps of the work, which are things like in the Indian policy ecosystem currently, there's a long-term preparedness with respect to community involvement is a weak area. If we look at mitigation, again, that looks at ground level capacity building is an area that remains fragmented. And especially there's a fragmented approach in terms of implementation and the follow-up monitoring, which brings us to the next slide, which is a set of recommendations that have emerged from the work, which keeps education at the center, how we can use education related to the PM's 10 points agendas, Agenda 8, the idea of social inclusion in the NPM of 2019, and do a community-based resilience building, which is context-specific and is tailored depending on the vulnerability profile of an area. And this is where I would like to bring in the idea of the Science, Technology, Innovation Policy 2020 as a model that could address these identified gaps and is in fact addressing in its very process and design. If we can move to the next slide, which talks about the linkage with Science, Technology, Innovation Policy, where I'm going to spend a little bit of time. So as a part of the editorial team of the STIP 2020, I would like to introduce how the STIP 2020 process is being carried out. Primarily, it's a citizen-centric, inclusive, and bottom-up policy approach, which implies that there is extended public consultations, extended expert consultations, that if you look at the parallel picture, track 1, that is already happening. Here, we're not just talking about broad ideas, but very specific thematic focus areas, which include agriculture, which include climate change, which include equity and inclusion, disruptive futuristic technologies, and other such, where the idea of policy making is not simply wisdom based. Every recommendation, every idea that is emerging in the policies, in fact, backed by intensive research and data. Hence, it's more evidence driven. Now, there are 3 parallel consultation tracks that are currently underway, where the first track is in fact the extended expert and public consultation, which I will elaborate in a little bit. The second are the thematic group consultations, which we have completed, and where there were 21 thematic groups which looked at different focus theme areas, where we brought in experts across sectors, who were, like Dr. Gupta has mentioned, were not merely scientists, but economists, technology experts, entrepreneurs, innovators, ground level innovators, and put them together to discuss ideas and give us recommendations which would lead to formulation of the policy. The third is we often look at the state and central policies and find that there's a fragmentation in the policy program approach. And to cut this functioning silos, we have brought together ministries and states in consultation, which are currently underway, to understand their context-specific needs, the context-specific recommendations they would like for the policy to have. Now, putting all of these 3 together, we have currently, as part of the editorial work, we're looking at creating the first draft of the policy document, which is for now being internally discussed and deliberated upon, which will very soon hopefully we opened 4 public consultations, which then will be looked at by an apex level multi-stakeholder consultation. So like Dr. Gupta said, so that a science, technology, innovation policy is not simply a policy for scientists, by scientists, but breaks across the watersheds, break across the different divisions that are currently there in terms of the functioning. And with relevance to the work that I have done, this next slide, if you look at, is the first track, which is the public and extended expert engagement. That is very important. So in the process of creating STIP 2020, there has been a focused effort to bring in wide range of public consultations. If you look at the 6 activities that are marked here on the screen, we begin with which all of you will be very happy to know is being inaugurated by Honorable Minister of Science, Dr. Harshvardhan, on the 28th of August. So please log in for that. Across the table were thematic panel sessions that is already over, and the wonderful, insightful recommendations that we've received has been fed back into the policy drafting process. Policy Compass is a survey that has been designed to reach out to maximum number of people, which includes students, young professionals, industry experts, to give in their ideas, which is followed by open letter. This is an idea that has constantly come to us when we hear the secretary speaking, when we hear the PSA speaking, the idea of breaking down the linguistic barriers of bringing in more local level participation is something open letter does through publication of regional language editorials, regional language opinion pieces in regional newspapers and other outlets. Thoughts for India, for which I am the activity lead, is where we're looking at absolutely last mile connectivity. You'd be very happy to know we have partnered with 25 community radios across the nation, and we are getting in hundreds of feedback from each community radio, where farmers, students, women, everybody is giving in their suggestions for what they would like to see in the science ecosystem, of how they perceive science and what needs to change. Ideathon is finally the last activity which is currently running and is a competition where any idea that relates to the vision of science in India can be put forward, and there are exciting prizes and incentives for each participant, and all ideas from across this track is being directly fed into the policy process, which is the core of the STIP 2010-20 that we're currently formulating. The last slide, if we can go to that, is where I would like to end my presentation with a small anecdote. This picture that you see is in the Sundarbans. It's an island called Chota Mollakhali, which I visited for fund relief work a couple of months back. What you see flooded is in fact the school of the village, which was flooded during Ayla. The school has since then shifted, but why this picture is important is because it was the students of that school who, along with their headmaster, used social media, specifically WhatsApp, to mobilize their communities when the storm hit the Bay of Bengal, and there was a substantial saving of life and property, which is the point I'm trying to make, that if the onus is upon current policymakers to build bridges which connect traditional knowledge systems, which connect communities, especially young members of the communities, to actively participate in building the future of tomorrow. And if I may, in my limited capacity, say that the STIP 2020 process and design can become a model for all policy endeavors in the future that look at building an Atmanirbhar inclusive Bharat. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Amrita. I think since we are already running behind the schedule, looks like we will be able to take questions. Let me thank all the speakers Professor Sudhir Jain, Dr. Rajiv Shah, Professor Sri Singh and Amrita for their lucid presentation and views. Some of very important issues that came up, in fact, where I think our organizers are taking notes. The university system weakness is a prime, especially in the context of SNT, the prime issue that in fact Professor Jain and Dr. Singh have both mentioned. I personally also feel that this is an important area. The national education policy has been, address some of these things, but I think 2020 should address them and also create synergy between NE and ST 2020. I think, and similarly, the Rajiv Shah mentioned about the open data policy issues and all, and Himalaya issue brought out by Singh, very relevant and close to my heart also. I think it was mentioned by Professor Ashutosh Sharma in the morning. I was supposed to speak less, so I did not mention. So, but I think it is very much there on our agenda, at the top of our agenda, and the thing. Self-reliance is not new mantra, and the policy on science and technology is taking this mantra forward, both in terms of organizing the technology focus and also the frugal technology and other and the grassroots innovation that many institutions are now working on. So with that, I think I would in fact thank everybody, all the speakers and the participants for having participated in this very insightful discussion that we had. I would now hand over to Chitresh, and maybe we will invite Chairman to say a few words, and then I can see Dr. Shailesh Naik is already here. I don't want to put him for a long time to wait. So I think we are already behind the schedule. Over to Chitresh and or Anil, whoever wants to. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Gupta and distinguished panelists for very informative and knowledgeable discussion. Apologies that we are running out of time, so we won't be able to take any questions. Although we can send your questions to the panelists later. I just wanted to point out one thing that as a young researcher, I agree with the panelists that encouraging youth and introducing DRR as a disciplinary subject in our country is really important. And now I would like to invite Chairperson Dr. Mitra for closing remark before we close our today's session. So, Dr. Mitra.
Thank you, Chitresh. I think we are really running over time, but let me conclude by thanking all the panelists and for the very, very important inputs. I have the onerous task of drafting the STIP policy as the chairman of the drafting committee, and certainly, this particular policy does include an extensive consultation, as Amrita very nicely outlined at the end. And most of the concerns and issues raised by you have been largely actually tried to be addressed through this new policy. In the present day context, I think the new policy that we are going to put will primarily focus on two intertwined aspects. One is to convince the need to adequately invest in developing a strong nurturing arm required for new knowledge creation in all emerging areas of scientific domain, including disaster management. This should encompass the development of trained and motivated SNT manpower, establishment of state-of-the-art infrastructure, and also, in a very large way, make this as people-centric. It has to be linked up with the society's need and requirements, and has to be collaborative and partnership-based. And the second important aspect is the application arm, which promotes the valorization of this scientific knowledge, which was addressed by two of the panelists very well, through innovation and commercialization of technologies that contributes to the knowledge economy, job creation, and welfare of the common citizenry. And at the center of this is therefore the availability of data set. One of the things that we perhaps need to look into, and I would urge NIDM, NDMA, and Home Ministry, is perhaps to look at creating data stack on disaster. This is something that we could think of. We are now creating digital data stack on health. We are creating the digital data stack on agriculture. It's high time we do this for disaster because it has very grave impact on lives of people and the economy of the country as a whole. We have seen this. COVID is a type of major health disaster. So it's important for us, therefore, also to create a data stack so that the data is available and this data can be effectively leveraged by all sections of the society, right from the person in the village to a startup, to a researcher, to an educationist, to a technology developer, to use this data effectively for the welfare of the people. Any policy that you need to do, you have to keep the people at the center of the policy. And I think the STI policy for the first time will keep that in mind rather than focusing more on the needs of the S&T community. So I think I would like to thank you all, thank all the panelists for their valuable inputs. This is very timely and topical discussion which NIDM has organized, and inputs to this with Amrita and Akhilesh there would flow into the development of this state policy. Thank you and bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you. I will take the opportunity to extend my sincere thanks to the chairperson of this program, Dr. Arvind Mitra, the facilitator, Mr. Chitresh Saraswat, moderator, Dr. Akhilesh Gupta, and all the panelists, Professor Sudhir Jain, Director, IIT Gandhinagar, Professor Rajiv Shah, Professor S.P. Singh, and Ms. Amrita, and all the panelists who participated in making this session a success. Now, directly moving to inviting for the session 103, which is focusing on path-breaking research needs. Session 103 is chaired by Professor Shailesh Nayak, Director, National Institute of Advanced Studies. He is the former Secretary, Department of Earth Sciences, Government of India, and Professor K.B. Pandya, former Chairman of Uttar Pradesh Public Service Commission, and also who has served as Vice Chancellor of several universities, including the Mahatma Gandhi Rural Development University, Chitrakoot also. And we have four distinguished panelists. Dr. Kaja Lash, Director from DAD, its India office. Dr. Lina Srivastava, Deputy Director General for Science, EASA, Austria. Dr. Kenneth McCune, Senior Advisor of ICET International, USA. And Dr. Kalachand Sen, Director of Wadia Institute of Himalayan Geology. And this session is to be moderated by Mr. Shashikant Chopde from ICET International, USA, its India office. So I would, and the facilitator of session is with me, Mr. Kirtiman Avasti, who is the Senior Policy Advisor of GIZ Germany in India. So with this note, I welcome the chairpersons, and I invite my colleague, Mr. Kirtiman Avasti from GIZ to give the introduction of the chairpersons and invite them. Mr. Kirtiman, please. Mr. Kirtiman.
Thank you, Dr. Gupta. I hope I'm audible now. Thank you for the introduction. Climate science is evolving and continue to strengthen our understanding of the different system processes, functions, and dynamics, including the climate variability change and how it's going to impact different sectors, different regions, and society at large. And such information is an essential element of what we call evidence-based adaptation planning and climate risk management. And to me, this is the challenge the decision-making on climate risk management faces. For example, the research output in terms of the temporal and spatial scale often does not match the requirement of the decision makers, which has to be very context specific and very locally suited for locally need-based adaptation planning or climate risk management options. But however, lately the climate science research is expanding in its approach with focus on, as we heard in the inaugural session as well, the multidisciplinary approach. However, this needs to further expand to make it consumer-oriented, which is demand-driven, and recognize other stakeholders. When I say other stakeholders, means outside the academia, as critical partners throughout the research and the innovation process, in the process from problem identification to solution deployment. And in doing so, I believe, and based on the experience, that it also provides opportunity to generate new knowledge and new research ideas for both scientists and also other stakeholders for enhanced decision making and facilitate climate risk management. My name is Kirtiman Awasthi, and it's my pleasure to present to you the distinguished panel. Dr. Gupta has already introduced the chair to deliberate upon the directions of R&D in Indian institutions and the national and international collaboration and scientific exchange. We have a very distinguished mixed panel to address the institutional and professional capacity building for solving development and environmental challenges, specifically focused on climate risk management. As we all know, the panel will be chaired by Professor Shailesh Nayak, who has been the former secretary of the Ministry of Earth Sciences and presently the director, National Institute of Advanced Studies, Bangalore. Professor K.B. Pandya, who is a who is a fellow of National Academy of Science and had a very distinguished teaching and research career. And in the panel, we will be joined by Dr. Katya Lasch. She is the director of German Academic Exchange Service, DAAD, the regional office of India, and she's also the director of the German Center for Research and Innovation. Dr. Lina Srivastav, as we know, that she's the Deputy Director General of Science at IASA in Austria, and Dr. Kenneth McIlhenny. Dr. Ken is actually a senior scientist at ISET International, has a lot of experience of working on climate change, and Professor Kalachan Sai, who is the director of Wadia Institute of Himalayan Geology. I will request the panelists to conclude their initial input in about 6 to 7 minutes, so that we have enough time for question and answer from the different guests that have joined this panel, and so that we have also time for the follow-up input and the concluding follow-up input by the panelists, and also closing remarks by the chairperson. This session of the question and answer will be facilitated by my colleague, co-facilitator Shashikant Chopre. Thanks a lot, and welcome everyone again for joining this session. And now I will hand over to our co-chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kirtiman, and I welcome everybody, my fellow panelists and the participants, to this very important session on the path-breaking research needs. We all know that the climate change is not something which is likely to happen. It is already happening. And we have been observing the increase in atmosphere temperature, ocean temperature, the melting of glaciers, ice sheets, rising of the sea levels, increasing frequency of various extreme events. And this also we have seen that it is impacting the infrastructure, our environmental assets, and the human health. We also know now that the lot of projections of what likely to happen in next 10 years to 20 years to 100 years is also been projected, and fairly well the data is available. In my opinion, the more important thing is now that what impact it would have on variety of the things like maybe agriculture or water resources or many other sectors. And with a shortage of time, I will only quickly couple of examples I will give, and will leave it to the fellow panelists to further articulate some of these issues. The one issue which we have been seeing is very recently is on the locust. And we may think that may be an individual event, but what is happening is now in Indian Ocean, what we call as the Indian Ocean dipole, the frequency of Indian Ocean dipole is increasing. And that is what it happens is that on the western side of the Indian Ocean becomes warmer, and that brings a lot of rain. So the normally dry Western African coast also is receiving large amount of rain, including India. And this year it's an Indian Ocean dipole event, and we are getting a lot of rains all over India, and also it happened in the Western Africa. So this is one area that whether we would be able to give a forecast of Indian Ocean dipole. This is one area which we need to look like. We have been giving a lot of forecast on El Nino, which was also very important. But over a period of time now, it is found that Indian Ocean dipole is equally important. The second thing which is we have been seeing very well and also mentioned in the inaugural address about the glaciers and ice sheets. But normally we don't mention much about the snow. And that is one area which also is very critical. I'll explain you why. If you see this, our three main basins, Indus, Ganges, and Brahmaputra, out of the Indus basin, where actually most of our food bowls are under the Indus basin, is mostly governed by what happens in the snow. And we do not have any data today that whether the snow cover is changing or not changing, or whether we are receiving more rain, more precipitation or not. And this is nothing to do with our normal monsoon. It has more to do with the Western disturbances. And we have seen that the frequency of Western disturbances is increasing. And we are seeing that the floods in Northwest India as well as in Pakistan has been increasing. This needs a very close examination to understand what happens to snow, how it gets converted into ice, what happens in the accumulation area, what happens in the abrasion area. And we need extremely good models for us to understand what is likely to happen to our water resources. So this is one major issue. The third, which is not that important immediately, but it is already happening, and that is a shifting of the shift of the our major fish, the pelagic fish, the mackerel and sardine. A lot of people in Kerala are now complaining, fishermen, that they are not getting sufficient fish. What we have found is actually the overall fish catch of sardine and mackerel has increased, but now the catch is coming more from the Maharashtra, Andhra and Tamil Nadu coast than what used to be, say, 30, 40 years ago about Kerala and Karnataka. So there are already things are changing, and this has a lot of implications on the local communities. So I think we need to identify this kind of an issues and build what we call as a climate services. Like weather services, what we are giving, what we need is that what is likely to happen in the long term about our fisheries or our glaciers or our monsoon. These are the some of these things, and his impact on some of the issues like a locust or a cyclones or many other things. So this is very important, a knowledge on these aspects. And unless we have this knowledge, I think the response of the government, both at the national as well as the international, won't be coming up. So we need to build knowledge, and that I think has to get into the policy related issues. So this is, I think, my brief thing, which I think what we need to do in future. Thank you very much for the opportunity which is given by Professor Gupta to me. And I request my fellow colleague, Professor Pandya, to make his remarks. Thank you.
Brief the need of the session. I think we invite the panelists now. They should speak so that we can complete with the time. Okay. So tonight we should invite the panelists now.
Yes, sir. Professor Pandey is suggesting to move to panelists, sir.
Yeah.
So, may I request the moderator, Shashi?
Hello.
Yes.
So I do Shashikant. I don't know whether he's as of now online, but with the permission from the chair, I would like to invite Dr. Leena Srivastav, who is the Deputy Director General of Science at IASA, to give her initial input on this topic of the fast-tracking research needs when it comes to climate risk management. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kirtiman, and thank you very much to the organizers for having me here to share some of my thoughts on the path-breaking research needs. Before I speak to the particular subject, I would just like to give a one-line introduction to the International Institute for Applied Systems Analysis, from which I am representing. This institute, as the name suggests, focuses on systems analysis. It develops frameworks, tools, and methods that would allow us to peek into an uncertain and complex future and undertake a series of what-if analysis that would allow us to be better prepared, a call that several speakers have made since we started this particular program. So delighted to be here and to share my thoughts, as I said. I also wanted to mention, just in passing, I don't know if anybody else has had this problem, but I have had an audio break at various times, but it does come back in 30 seconds. So if that happens, please do bear with me. I will speak to two broad topics. One is the path-breaking research needs that we have, and the other is the needs of research that we are talking about. And I'll start with the latter first. I was delighted to hear the last presentation in the previous session that was talking about the policy for 2020 that is being developed, the STI policy. I think this particular policy should be accompanied by a strategic approach to research. So how do we prioritize? I mean, there's a whole range of questions that we have available to us, research questions that can be identified. But how do we prioritize them for the short term and the long term? And how do we ensure that sufficient resources are being set aside for this particular purpose? Since this session is talking about climate risk management, and although a number of people have said, and I agree with them, that both climate change and disaster issues are interconnected with the rest of the economy and social systems. If we stay with climate for a second, when we convert climate impacts into or climate change into climate impacts, we have the first order and the second order impacts. First order are typically felt on the natural systems, and the second order, I think, are typically felt on the social systems. And the question from a prioritization point of view is, what is our level of understanding of impacts at the first order level and the downscaling of climate models, etc., to be able to bring it to the context in which we want to look at impacts. Several speakers earlier have spoken about context specificity, have spoken about localized solutions and the empowerment of local bodies, which I again second. But I think we have to give them the scientific inputs and knowledge that are necessary to be better prepared once again. But I do believe that the second order impacts on the social systems is something which is a huge weakness in India, and there is a lot of need to prioritize research in these areas. Moving on quickly, because I do have several points I would like to cover. The other major issue is about trust in science. And I think if we want to strengthen science in India and the use of science and science-based policy making and community response, then I think strengthening trust in science is going to be critically important. And for that purpose, I think strengthening the data systems is again going to be critically important. And when we talk about data systems, we need to recognize that There are certain data that are today easily available to us because of artificial intelligence, because of citizen science and a whole lot of other options, which we just need to know and to exploit for the right purposes. Certain kinds of data of the kind that Dr. Nayak was talking about will possibly take a lot more effort and investment, and I think that is again something that needs to be done. But the other way in which I think we can increase trust in science is to move to the sphere of open science, and I think that is something that has to be embraced and called upon across the length and breadth of the country. So that's my second recommendation. The third, of course, linked to all of this is the empowerment of research that needs to be undertaken in India. We have to prioritize funding and infrastructure development for research. And I do believe that we have to move away from treating research in the private domain as research that is taking place by second-class citizens. I'm being a little provocative here, quite deliberately so, but I think it is important, especially in the times of crises and disasters, that the public and the private sectors need to come together and work as one. We have had good examples in the COVID aftermath, and I think that's something that we need to learn from and build upon. The need to incentivize research has been spoken about quite extensively, so I will not spend time on that. I also believe that we need to embed research a lot more strongly in societal needs and in policy. So my strong recommendation would be that science inputs, science presence in every policy making ministry, departments of the government of India and state governments and local governments has to be strengthened. And we have to find a mechanism by which all of these can be networked to be able to respond in a timely manner when the need arises. I would also like to emphasize the need for a systemic approach. I think many people have spoken about it. But to me, when we talk about a systemic approach, there are various dimensions. We do need to bring the hard and soft sciences together. We do need to ensure that supply and demand for research are being matched up. We do need to ensure that we are taking a cross-sectoral approach to research. Dr. Nayak again just now spoke about the Indus region and the snow, impact of snow and the melting of glaciers on water supply, which is also obviously linked to food, very strong linkage over there for India in particular. The food, energy, water nexus has been spoken about a lot. We do have to ensure that we are able to take these cross-sectoral approaches and build upon them. Research and practice, of course, is in the title of this particular event itself. So when we talk about a systemic approach, I think all of these dimensions need to come together, and we have to ensure that we are responding to needs. My next point would be that we have to be able to address some of the key vulnerabilities, and this goes to the point of prioritizing research, that we have in the country, and the causal factors for these vulnerabilities. And I will list 3 or 4 of them just for purposes of illustration without spending too much time, because I know we are short of time. So the first one on which there's been a lot of deliberation in the post-COVID kind of era, we are not in the post-COVID era, but in the aftermath of the COVID pandemic that we are dealing with, is to take a relook at the growth model that we are following. And in India as well, I think that is critically important. Do we want to continue with the centralized kind of large-scale model that we have, or do we want to look at the more localized, more decentralized, more entrepreneurship creating kinds of activities that would give us the jobs that we are looking for? So I think there is an urgent need to revisit the growth model that we are following and move to a service economy instead of an ownership and consumption economy. I think we have to urgently take a relook at and reimagine and reinvent the urban spaces that we have. And when we are today talking about remote working as the lever that can unveil a number of transformative changes that are possible, I think we need a very focused discussion on this particular aspect as well. And this can be completely transformative, not just from the point of view of mitigating emissions of greenhouse gases, but also in terms of reducing a range of stresses that are associated with the pattern of mindless urbanization that we have had in the past. Critically important today is to address ourselves to the issue of digital divide. So we do have the technologies, but if these are not going to be accessible to the majority of India, then how are we going to ensure that we have a sustainable development pathway ahead of us? Several speakers, and in the conference itself and in the policy that the government of India has, we have spoken about multiple hazards. I think multiple hazards has to be looked at, and the other side of the coin over there is multiple dividends. So when we look at recovery packages, when we look at investments, we do have to take a look at the multiple dividends also that are available to us, especially after when we are addressing disasters and different kinds of crises. And people have spoken about cascading disasters and crises, and I think that also has to be borne in mind. So unless we look at both the costs as well as the benefits of it, we will not be able to make the argument for a move to a more sustainable pathway. I've been given the 1 minute indication, so I'll quickly run through the last couple of points that I have. One is about disaster prevention. So disaster management, disaster response, all of that is fine. But I think we even have to get to the root causes. So for example, or opportunities that we have. If we do environmental impact assessments, I think we need to include in that the implications for vulnerability and for resilience. And every investment that we undertake in the country should use this as a touchstone as well. And my final point would be around the importance of ensuring that in addition to science policy, science practice, we also have science community interlinkages that are built very strongly, because unless the common man understands science and is able to differentiate between what is science driven and what is fake news driven, and we have a lot of that, that trust that I spoke about in the very beginning is not going to come up, and every effort that we undertake to ensure that we move to science-driven pathways is going to fail. So there are a number of actions I think that need to be taken. We need a strategic approach to science and technology and what we are going to do with it in this country. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Srivastava. I think quite important points that you highlighted. I think I will not try to sum up them, but just for your information, last year, NIDM jointly with EASA and University of Geneva and GIZ, they came out with a publication. It's a common framework for climate risk management in India, which provides step-by-step guidance on how to go about in terms of research and data needs, and also engaging with different stakeholders looking at different of interest. Thanks a lot for your initial input. And with this, I would like to invite Dr. Ken, a senior scientist at ICET International, for his initial input on the topic.
Hello, you can hear me, I take it.
Yes.
Thank you. I deeply appreciate the honor of being invited to this meeting and to speak on what ICET has been able to accomplish in the past 20 years working in India. Actually, a little plug, the Institute for Social and Environmental Transition, ICET, was founded by friends in India, while it's a US-based organization. Our heart and soul is in South Asia. Speaking a little bit on the history of ICET and just how we see the challenges in terms of climate and disaster risk reduction for science and technology. Historically, we started with groundwater and looking at issues of groundwater and whether accessibility to groundwater was how to do it sustainably. That is very much a quite literally ground up process. And one of the biggest challenges, I would say, for addressing climate and disaster issues has to do with the history of climate issue itself and how it was started. Basically, it's a global issue, and it's started at a global level to be addressed. So climate mitigation, addressing the climate problem through addressing climate, carbon releases, is very much a global issue. ISET was able to start working on urban resilience issues in the late 2000s with the idea that actually the challenge of addressing climate adaptation is one of a bottom-up process. So there's a real disconnect between the mechanisms and the institutions of climate change and the needs, the demand side for addressing climate adaptation. Climate adaptation looks an awful lot like disaster risk reduction because it's very much a local process, the local impacts, and understanding how people at a local level process information, process scientific information, and use it in their decision-making and planning, designing for the future. So some of the grand challenges from that I see have to do with how to work with local stakeholders. So I set some years ago in doing the Asian Cities Climate Change Resilience Network, started a process that we called the Shared Learning Dialogues. And basically it was a process to deconstruct, when scientists show up in a decision-making process, particularly at a more local level, we bring with us a lot of symbolic power. That symbolic power can sway decision-making. And if we show up with a very large report and say, this is how things are, that can alter how people think, plan, and behave. And so the shared learning dialogue, now it's commonly called co-production in a lot of the world. The shared learning dialogue is a process where we try to deconstruct that power relationship so that local knowledge can actually better inform the policymaking process, because the true experts on the local conditions live at the local level. As a global scientific process, we don't have a lot of knowledge about what's going on at the local level. So where I see the future challenges for climate and disaster risk in science and technology is in the intersection of climate change, disaster, and public health, particularly in terms of heat. In eastern India, there are several states where the heat index will get to the point where it's just not survivable. People will not be able to do their livelihoods. Livestock would not be able to do very well, and there'll be a sort of a push, a pull migration out. Another big challenge I see for the field is in bridging, and this is for science in general, is bridging the social science and physical science chasm. Where we should focus is on how do we collaborate better between these two fields. There's a long history of animosity between the fields, and starting to speak to each other a little bit more clearly would help break down some of those boundaries. Another key area of work is for us to move away from this expert-driven way of presenting science, to show up once again at a local decision-making process and being the expert in the room. It's very difficult to change that, particularly when we are invited and we're flown someplace and show up in a meeting. It's difficult not to then, and with our long history and education, to then be the expert, but rather to be taking on more of a coaching and backing type of role, where local decision making is driven by those who live there, and the scientist is providing boundaries around which decisions can fit, rather than more clear direction. So that's a very difficult mental set to work with. And that goes into sort of the last area of really big change, which is changing our mindsets. How do we change our mindsets from a sort of top-down approach, particularly us, because we are part of a, you could say, an elite, because we're so well educated and well, you know, in this field, we know so much detail. It's hard to let go of our roles and provide rather just that sort of guidance space. So I would say that these are our key challenges in the future. The great thing about climate change is that it is transformative. It takes these sort of top-down directive institutional structures, and it's challenging those. And so it's providing more of a framework around which we can reorganize and transform how we make decisions that are better fitting for the local conditions, and where people can feel more empowered at the local level. And with that, pass it over.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Ken, for your input. I think the one important term that you used in the process is the disconnect. And I think this is the conference is trying to deliberate on this, how to strengthen this connect between science, policy, and practice. And it's also important when it comes to, and I think in that aspect, when it comes to research, improving the connect between the research and the practice, this knowledge integration of both top-down knowledge generation and bottom-up knowledge generation is going to be key. And thanks a lot for your input. I will take this opportunity to encourage all the guests and experts who are present in the session to put forth any question that you might have to the panelists. You can use the chat box to write your question, and we can take those questions in the question and answer session, and the panelists for the panelists to respond. You can also indicate in bracket if you have the question to any specific panelist and the chair as well. With this, I would like to invite our next speaker, Professor Kalachand Sai, who is the director of Wadia Institute of Himalayan Geology. Professor Sai.
Am I audible? Am I audible? Okay. Very good evening. I am privileged to be a part of this international conference on science and technology, on the research, policy, practice for climate risk management. Since I am from the Wadia Institute of Himalayan Geology, I will touch upon some of the SNT issues related to Himalaya. Of course, India is geographically located such a way that in the northern part where Himalaya is standing tall, it exposing a lot of geohazards. Around the year, we experience earthquakes, landslides, floods, and in the middle of the country, we experience again flood as well as droughts. And in the coastal region, this part experiences tsunamis due to earthquakes or erosion that due to the land degradation. So all these natural phenomena are taking place into our country. We cannot stop all these phenomena, but what we can do as a geoscientist, we can understand what are the underlying causes for these phenomena and provide some sort of measures to reduce the impact of such disaster. So I will touch upon some of the aspects related to the Himalaya, that there is a strong link between the surface process and the subsurface process, which is not very well established. So we need to understand and establish that link. And that link will provide a lot of information to understanding science that are related to the hazards, its mitigation, etc. I will give first example, which is very important, that all of us know that Indian plate is subducting beneath the Eurasian plate, and this Himalaya has been originated due to this subduction process. The interface between the Indian plate and the Himalayan waves we define as the main Himalayan thrust. The geometry and subsurface disposition of this plate boundary is very, very important to understand the phenomena we define as the big earthquake, major earthquake, or great earthquake. So there are a lot of emphasis to be paid till we do not know why that region experiences big earthquake, why other region into the Himalaya do not experience that big earthquake. So to understand the underlying causes of occurrences of the big earthquake at one place not happening in other place. So what are the reasons we need to understand thoroughly? This is number one. Number two important aspect of the Himalaya is that it is the riverine system. Its geomorphology, it guides that what type of damage it will cause during the floods, what type of damage it will experience due to the landslides. So we need to understand thoroughly the morphology of the Himalaya in great detail to understand the landslide phenomena as well as the flood phenomena. So this is very, very important with respect to the Himalaya. Then third important aspect, which is very, very important in our understanding, is that there, Professor Shailesh Nayak has mentioned that Himalaya, we have thousands and thousands the glaciers. So sometimes the glaciers melt or snow melt cause lakes into the glacier, and that lakes, how much amount of water can store, we do not know. So if there is a proper monitoring of the water accumulation into the lake formed by the glacier and snow melt, we can avoid some sort of bluff. Bluff is nothing but glacier lake outburst flood. So if the lake formation into the glacier cannot accommodate some amount of water, but snow melt continuously accumulates into this lake, time will come when there will be avalanche, and then that flood will inundate a lot of people lying into the downstream. This is third thing. Fourth important thing, really we do not understand what is the impact of climate change is taking place onto the glacier. So we need to understand thoroughly the impact of upstream climate change on the glacier and its consequences to the downstream river system, and which is a lifeline for irrigation, for drinking water, for transport, for generation of the hydroelectric power. So this is the fourth important area in Himalaya we need to focus upon. There are several aspects we need to understand. Some 2013, we have experienced flash floods. So what caused the flash flood? So in that Himalayan region, I have already explained there is a glacier lake, and when there was a heavy rainfall, the heavy rainfall and the globe together, they created huge amount of water, and which is stopped in between the debris flow, stopped the river, main river course. So in that way, that lot of area in the side of the river got flooded. So the flash flood phenomena or extreme event we need to understand into the Himalayan region. Other important thing into this region is that landslide often it is caused into the Himalayan region, and we know that landslide may be caused either by the natural process or environmental degradation, or this can be caused by the anthropogenic factor. Anthropogenic factor can be stopped. That is, by our science and technology, we can find out the places where some sort of anthropogenic activity should not be allowed. But the natural processes, wherever there is some sort of landslide, so we need to understand what is happening into the Himalayan region. And particularly Himalayan region, every year there is a landslides. And in the world scenario, total number 30% of the landslide take place into the Himalayan region. So we have to be very, very careful how we can take care about the landslide phenomena into the Himalayan region. So this is another important factor we need to bother about into this region. Another important thing that into the Himalayan region, or maybe into the plain region, that a few months back there was a lot of earthquakes, small magnitude earthquake taking place into the Delhi NCR region. So there was a panic. Really, we do not know. Some people ask a lot of questions. So we have to provide a concrete answer to the people that they should not have some sort of panic. They were telling that maybe a precursor, that may be a phenomena leading to the main earthquake or big earthquake into this region. So this created a huge panic. So our science and technology should be focused in such a way that we should be able to answer properly, and the panic we should be pacifying. This is very, very important thing into our country, and very, very important aspects to understand into the not only into the Himalayan region but also into the plain region. In our country, we have a lot of hazard related issues. We have not understood clearly. So science and technology has to be done in a meticulous way, and we need to identify some specific institute which can deliver some specific disaster related issues. Every institute is doing everything. So we are not able to focus our science and technology, we are not able to bring out properly. Science, technology, or in science, nobody has the, everybody has the freedom, but we should, institute specifically, we should design our work environment depending on the expertise availability, depending on the infrastructure availability. And this is very, very important, otherwise we'll not be able to make it. Another important issue that tsunami, everybody knows, and 2004, there was a earthquake in Andaman due to the 9.3 magnitude, and it caused a fault between the Burma plate and Indian plate, and it caused devastation in the form of 30 meters wave into the ocean, and in the rim countries, in the 14 countries, approximately 2.3 lakh people died. So all these phenomena we need to understand very well, so that we'll be able to provide some sort of information to the people. Again, this year also we experienced Amphan, that Amphan cyclone, and 2019 we experienced the Fani cyclone, and that cyclone originated due to the tropical depression into the Indian Ocean, and that rapidly transformed into an extremely severe cyclonic storm. And this caused heavily to the people. More than 100 people died into the Indian coastal region as well as Bangladesh region. And similar situation often during the Corona time also experienced into the western coast in the Bombay region. So all these phenomena, extreme events, really we have not understood very clearly. So all these important issues, as in Indian specific, Indian context point of view, science and technology can deliver a lot. For that, according to me, that specific, or that if we want to understand landslide, if we want to understand tsunami, if we understand the earthquake phenomena, if we understand the glacial lake outburst flood, if we want to understand the flash flood, so specifically some institute should be given responsibility that his or her concentration should address that issues in that direction. So we know that many regions are having vulnerable, particularly from GPS measurement, from the strain accumulation. We know that which part of the Himalayan region is more vulnerable. So we should not allow people to prosper into this region. Again, from the sediment point of view, sediment transport, hotspot, we know which part are having more nutrients. So we can ask the people to get habitation into that region. So a lot of things can be done. But again, my point is that it has to be done institute specific. Second important thing is that institute lying in what region, we need to understand the local problem. Then that local problem, it is a hazard, we need to provide some sort of mitigational measure. So you can stop me when I finish, if I have time or not. Quickly, I will cover some of the important issues. So there are so many things happening. Even we are talking about the global change, carbon dioxide impact, but we are talking about the green energy, we are talking about the renewable energy, but so far we have not been successful to make a breakthrough besides the fossil fuel. Till 80% of the fossil fuels are used, and it is generating the carbon dioxide. and that carbon dioxide mitigation we can do based on certain phenomena, CCUS experiment. So we need to find out what are the most probable region. Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity, and I stop over here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think a lot of important inputs, and especially highlighting this priority area in terms of research needs, looking at, for example, glaciers, the landslide in Himalayas, and also coastal areas related research needs. I think the permafrost is also going to be an important aspect of research area, especially in Himalayas, and associated the impact of permafrost thawing or melting, let's say in a normal general language. Thanks a lot for your initial input, sir. And with this, I would like to invite Dr. Katja Lasch. She's the Director of German Academic Exchange Service, DAAD, and the regional office in India, and also German Center for Research and Innovation. And I think I can take this liberty to talk about, because this session is also talking about the National International Exchange, and DAAD is the agency who's involved in that on behalf of the German government. And also, I think DAAD has completed 60 years of its presence in India in this region. So, Dr. Katja, over to you.
Yeah, thank you so much for the kind invitation and kind introduction. I hope you can hear me. I'm connected from Germany. Okay, perfectly. As I've already mentioned, I'm not a specialist expert in the subject field, and I would like to tackle the question more from a point of view of a research manager and science administrator. I'm head of the DAAD, who's standing for exchange and international exchange. I come that in a minute to that point, and also heading the German Center for Research and Innovation. You might not be so familiar with that center. This is an umbrella organization of 16 prestigious research institutions which are currently working in India, and our focus topic of this year is cities and climate, so this is a good match with that panel. I would like to tackle the problem in 4 points, and I start with an overall remark. As you all aware, climate change is a societal change, and it's a thing which cannot be solved on a national level. And that's why international cooperation is very, very important. And that's why I'm glad to give you a short insight what is going on in Germany in policies regarding also that level. I would try to be very short and crisp. So I think we need an integrated approach in climate change and climate adaptation and mitigation. And this integrated approach has to tackle 4 levels. First level would be, of course, fundamental research, who is triggering and addressing the most significant gaps in knowledge about climate change through high quality research. And I would also relate here to the first speaker who said we need to prioritize our areas. Funding is not sufficient for research, it's never. And I would like to give here an example of the German government who prioritized research areas and who took the decision to have a large amount of funding into energy and climate change. So climate change and energy transition is one of the research areas where the government of Germany is putting at the moment a lot of money in. So we need this to have the basics and to discuss further. So this is the first part of this integrated approach. Secondly, we have to develop practical competencies for the application of climate knowledge and integrate the users or the public into the development of solutions. So would relate to Ken McClune, who talked about the top down and bottom up. So this would be the bottom up. We think in Germany, and I also personally think it's crucial that we, in developing new ideas, address also the public. And we tackling here the problem of science communication. First of all, public and users have to understand what we are doing in science, have to gain trust in science. Open access has been mentioned already. And I just would like to relate to the national data infrastructure, which Germany is building up at the moment to deliver open access, as we are committing at the moment to have all our public financially researched into open access. And we also having a new strategy for science communication in place. And I think that's very crucial, the request now from the German government funding research projects in applied or fundamental research, that they address also science communication and how they want to transmit their results in an understandable manner to the public. And last but least, it's about integrating the communities, having outreach, running workshops with them. A nice example would be the VASCAL project, which is a project which the German government is funding in West Africa. It's the West African Science Service Center on Climate Change and Adapted Life Use, where we are running not just master and graduates program, but also workshops with local people to gain their ideas because they are the people who are affected by climate change. So this would be the second point. The third point would be if we talk about an integrated approach, and I would relate here to the last speaker, we need networks and clusters. We need a division of work. Yes, we need a clear division on which institute is working on what, but it's necessary then afterwards we bring them together and fostering knowledge transfer in between these clusters and networks. And this is the basic also for higher dynamics innovation for sustainable growth. And I think it's really, really important to not just have a look on academia. So we have to interconnect academia with the public, but also of course, with industry. So academia-industry relations, which is an issue core to the heart of the German Center for Research and Innovation, is really, really important. And to have built here up strong relations, and our experience is here, one has to bridge the gap of communication. Industry research is talking a different language than academia research. And it's really important that one comes together and works in clusters. One example would be the excellence clusters, which we have in Germany, where we're bringing together universities, industry research, but also local actors. And these networks are up to 80 stakeholders working on one specific topic. So it's really, really important to think in networks and clusters and not in institutions. My fourth point of the integrated approach would be, of course, internationalization, as I'm standing for the DAD. So we believe that one cannot solve these problems on a local or national level. Climate change is affecting the whole world. And one has to have exchange, one has to have cultural exchange also, exchange of mindsets, as it was mentioned. In order to change the mindsets, you have to interact with international researchers, and we are talking here about international exchange, not just on the level of topping research, but also on the level of students, to give them the possibility to get to know different mindsets, different approaches in science and research, and then to work together in international networks, which brings me back again to networks and clusters. So to conclude, what is needed for this huge challenge we are facing is an integrated approach addressing different levels. And it would be necessary, from my point of view, to have a strategy in place how one could combine all these 4 levels. And one example where one could get inspired would be the high-tech strategy of Germany 2025. The document is available in English, where the German government tried an approach to bring all the players together and to develop a strategy for key research topics. And of course, climate change is one of these key research topics. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah. Yes, I want to intervene here. At this moment, I want to intervene.
Yes, of course, and this will be our delight to have you and have your. It will be our delight to have your input at this stage.
Okay, thank you. Not exactly on that subject. In the beginning, the connection was poor, so I couldn't participate. I have certain points to place here. I want to put before you. I think the topic of this session was path-breaking research needs, and certain questions were forwarded to us, which were to be discussed in this session. What are the current gaps in S&T research? These questions came from the organizers. What are the priorities, specific themes, areas for promoting S&T research? What are key issues in strengthening strategic programs, plans of S&T research? What are the challenges, barriers to enhancing effective use of S&T research? What types of partnership are needed to foster development and use of S&T research? These are certain points which are forwarded to us, should have been discussed in this session. But very nice problems have been taken up and experts have spoken on these. So I want to put just few points in this. My point is, we are facing certain disasters just now. अब दिल्ली में है, दिल्ली की नदियां, दिल्ली की सड़कें नदियां हो गई हैं, रोज टीवी पे हमको दिखाया जा रहा है, ये भी एक डिजास्टर है। और बाढ़ और सूखा हमारा हर साल का एक ये समस्या है जिसको हम कर रहे हैं। समझ में आती है कि इसके लिए जो हमारे पास एक उपाय पहले से बताया गया है कि हम नदियों को जोड़ दें तो ये बाढ़ और सूखा दोनों से हम राहत पा सकते हैं, ये इसका इम्प्लीमेंटेशन क्यों नहीं हो रहा है, इस पर रिसर्च होनी चाहिए। इतने दिन आजादी के पहले से हमारे एक्सपर्ट्स ने और अच्छे इंजीनियर्स ने इस बात को कहा है कि अगर हम नदियों को जोड़ दें तो ये देश बाढ़ और सूखा दोनों से निजात पा जाए, परंतु हम और बड़ी बड़ी चीजों को, सोफिस्टिकेटेड चीजों को लेते हैं। ये चीज जिसको हम रोज हम फेस कर, हर वर्ष का ये कि हमारी समस्या है कि दिल्ली में सड़कों पर नाव चलने की स्थिति हो जाती है। ये चीज हमने इसलिए कही कि हमारे जो रिसर्च नीड्स हैं और रिसर्च हम किस चीज पर करें और कैसे करें, इसके लिए पहले ही सेशन में एक बात आई, क्योंकि नॉलेज क्रिएटर्स और नॉलेज कंज्यूमर्स की बात आई, इन्हीं के बीच में गैप है। हमारे नॉलेज क्रिएटर्स और नॉलेज कंज्यूमर्स के ही बीच में गैप है। उस गैप को खत्म करने के लिए रिसर्च होनी चाहिए। जब आप ये पूछते हैं व्हाट आर द करेक्ट गैप्स इन एसएनटी रिसर्च, तो मेरा यही उत्तर होता है कि नॉलेज क्रिएटर्स और नॉलेज कंज्यूमर्स के ही बीच में गैप, उसको हमको उस गैप को भरना है। और मैं अपने अनुभव से, मैं तो किसी रिसर्च इंस्टीट्यूशन से नहीं जुड़ा रहा, विश्वविद्यालयों से जुड़ा रहा। रिसर्च इंस्टीट्यूशंस की जो रिसर्च की फंक्शनिंग है, उनके तरीके हैं वो अलग हैं और यूनिवर्सिटी इंस्टीट्यूशंस के अलग हैं। उसमें मेरा ये मानना है कि जब हम कोई रिसर्च प्रॉब्लम लेते हैं, इंस्टीट्यूशंस, साइंटिफिक इंस्टीट्यूशंस, SIR के इंस्टीट्यूशंस रिसर्च प्रोजेक्ट लेते हैं और यूनिवर्सिटी सिस्टम में वो रिसर्च प्रॉब्लम लेते हैं। तो रिसर्च प्रॉब्लम जब लेते हैं और उसको पूरा कर लेते हैं, तब उनके सामने ये सवाल आता है, जब एग्जामिनर उससे पूछता है कि आपने इस टॉपिक पे रिसर्च क्यों करी। जो सवाल वो प्रॉब्लम को लेने से पहले होना चाहिए था, वो सवाल उससे पूछा जाता है जब उसका PhD का वाइवा होने लगता है। तो उसका तो एक ही उत्तर कि सर हमने रिसर्च करी अपना PhD की थीसिस पूरी करने के लिए। और जब हम साइंस के, हमारी एजेंसी जो है, इंस्टीट्यूशंस हैं, उनमें जब प्रोजेक्ट लेते हैं, तो क्या हम जो प्रोजेक्ट लेते हैं, जो हम बनाते हैं, उसको बनाने के पहले हमारा अच्छे से ध्यान रहता है कि हम किसके लिए प्रोजेक्ट बना रहे हैं, हम किसको एम कर रहे हैं इस पर। और जब हम उस प्रोजेक्ट को पूरा कर लेते हैं, तो क्या हम जिसके लिए प्रोजेक्ट बनाए, हम अपने रिजल्ट को, हम अपने डेटा को लेकर के उसके पास जाते हैं क्या? ये एक बहुत बड़ा सवाल है, इसका उत्तर मिलना चाहिए। और तब हम ये पाथ ब्रेकिंग जो रिसर्च नीड्स है, उसका उत्तर दे पाएंगे कि हमने ऐसा प्रोजेक्ट बनाया, इसका हमको ये रिजल्ट आया और हम इसको वहां तक नहीं ले जा सके, इसलिए ये वो सारा डेटा उसी में रखा है, रिपोर्ट में ही, प्रोजेक्ट रिपोर्ट में ही रखा रह गया है। ये सबसे बड़ी बात है जिसको हमको एड्रेस करना है। एक छोटी सी बात मैं कहूँगा कि ये क्लाइमेट चेंज से जो इतना बड़ा परिवर्तन हो रहा है, उसकी मार कौन खा रहा है? ये किसान जो है, जो खेती करता है किसान, वो अपना उसने खेती किया, फसल लहलहाई, फसल बड़ी हुई, उस फसल में फल ही नहीं लगी। ये क्लाइमेट चेंज का असर है, इसको कोई नहीं कर पा रहा है, इसको कोई नहीं एड्रेस कर रहा है और ना उसके पास कोई बताने जा रहा है कि क्या करना है। किसान ने पूरा साल उसको मेहनत किया, अपनी फसल तैयार की, फसल खड़ी हो गई और उसमें फल ही नहीं लग रहे हैं। इसको बताने वाला और देखने वाला कोई नहीं है। ये हमारी रिसर्च की प्रॉब्लम है, जिस पे प्रोजेक्ट बनना चाहिए, जिससे काम होना चाहिए। असली सेक्शन हमारे सोसाइटी का जो हिट हो रहा है वो हमारा किसान है, जो हमारा अन्नदाता है, उसकी तरफ हमारा ध्यान नहीं गया है। हमने आज भी बहुत बड़ी बड़ी हमारे सामने संस्थाओं के डायरेक्टर्स आए और उसमें उनकी, उन गरीबों की, उन किसानों के बारे में कोई बात नहीं हुई कि जो अपना खेती किया फिर उसके खेत में फूली ने, उसमें फसल में फल ही नहीं लगे, वो किसके पास जाए, वो क्या करे। ये भी इतना बड़ा एक इतनी बड़ी प्रॉब्लम है, ये डिजास्टर है। हम ओजोन लेयर डिप्रेशन की बात करते हैं और बहुत सारी बातें हैं। अभी दिल्ली में थोड़े दिन में फॉग आएगा, तो हमारा दिल्ली का लड़का जो है वो तो कोरोना वैसे ही नहीं स्कूल जाने दे रहा है, उस समय जाड़ों में वो भी स्कूल नहीं जाने पाएगा। स्कूल जाएगा तो अपनी फीस पे जाएगा। ये हमारे जो डिजास्टर्स हैं ये क्लाइमेट चेंज के नतीजे हैं, इसको हमें एड्रेस करना है, इस पर हमको रिसर्च करनी चाहिए और इसके लिए प्रोजेक्ट बनाना चाहिए। वो रिजल्ट्स को उन लोगों के पास लेके जाना है जो सही में वो कष्टित हो रहे हैं। तो ये 4-5 बिंदु चाहिए था। मैंने बहुत थोड़े 2-3 सेक्शंस की बातें आपके सामने कह दी और इतना ही कह के हम अपनी बात पूरी भी कर देंगे कि हमको उन लोगों को जो प्रभावित हैं उनके बारे में सोचना चाहिए, उनको एड्रेस करके उनको सेंटर में रख के अपना प्रोजेक्ट बनाना चाहिए और जो हमारे प्रोजेक्ट के आउटकम आए, जो डेटा आए, वो उसको उनके पास तक पहुंचाना चाहिए। शहर की, दिल्ली की बात तो थोड़ा फर्क है, पर गांव का जो किसान है उसके पास तो वो कभी नहीं पहुंचता है जो रिसर्च का रिजल्ट आता है, जो रिसर्च का डेटा आता है। तो मैं इतना ही संक्षेप में कह के अपनी बात को पूरी करूंगा कि उनको केंद्र में रख के हमारे रिसर्च प्रोजेक्ट बने, उस पर रिसर्च हो और जो रिसर्च के रिजल्ट आए वो उन दुखियों, गरीबों के, उन किसानों के पास तक पहुंचे। ये देश की तरक्की के लिए बहुत जरूरी है। बहुत धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद सर। मेरे ख्याल से आपने बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण मुद्दों को और कुछ मुख्य बातों को आपने सामने रखा है और जिसमें से जो सबसे महत्वपूर्ण है कि जो हमारे वो क्षेत्र, वो समुदाय जिनके ऊपर सबसे ज्यादा जलवायु परिवर्तन का प्रभाव है, जो हमारे वल्नरेबल टारगेट ग्रुप्स हैं, चाहे वो हमारे किसान हो, चाहे और भी इस तरह के ग्रामीण क्षेत्रों से जुड़े हुए लोग हैं, उनको ध्यान में केंद्रित करते हुए कैसे हम अपनी रिसर्च को आगे बढ़ा सकते हैं। Thanks a lot, sir, for your input, and this was kind of delight for all of us to hear from you. I also take this opportunity. I could not thank earlier Dr. Katia for her remark, and thanks a lot, Dr. Katia. And I will request Sonal Bindal, who is the coordinator of this session, to take charge and also hand over the responsibility of the session to Dr. Shashikant Chopde to facilitate question and answer with the panelists and also with the guests. Thanks a lot. Thank you, Sonal. And thank you, everyone.
Thank you, sir.
And the panelists.
Thank you, sir. I would now request Shashikant Chopde, sir, to take the charge and begin the session for question answer, which we has proposed to bring out the discussion for this session, which is path-breaking research needs.
Thank you, Sonal. And sorry, I had some problem with my mic, which actually I had to replace it. Very excellent presentations by distinguished panelists. Thanks to learned panelists. There are not many questions, but one question I to Professor Kalachan Sen. Change and landslides be correlated. So if you can,
You see that climate change may not have direct impact on the landslide, but climate change causes melting of the glaciers and ice, and that melting of glaciers and ice are responsible for the landslides. Particularly in the permafrost region also, there will be a lot of debris flow. So if because of the warming, there is a melting of the ice, then all the debris may come to the downslope and they can cause the landslide.
Thank you so much.
Add what
This
Dr. Kalachan has said.
this is one thing. And other thing is that definitely the flood is also an impact due to the climate. And if the flash flood we have talked about into the 2013 Kedarnath, that is also due to two reasons, because of the extreme events and the climate and heavy rainfall coupled with the glacial lake outburst flood, as well as the debris flow flows the flow of the main river, that also caused devastation, and that heavy rain also caused the landslide.
I will add what Dr. Kalachan has said. It's very true that with the climate change, we are seeing the extreme heavy rainfall. We have seen recently in Kerala also. We have been seeing in Himalaya also. There is another reason which is exactly, it is not known, but annually we are losing about 4 billion tons of ice from Himalaya, not only on the Indian Himalaya side, but I am talking about total as a Tibet. And what we know is during last glacial maxima, this ice thickness was about 1200 meters, and that has now reduced. When the ice thickness reduces, it releases the pressure, what we call as a glacial isostasy. And that can also change some of the equilibrium which is there and can cause a landslide. But there are no yet effective models directly to relate with the glacial isostasy and the landslide. But there is a quite likely when the large changes, and 4 billion tons of ice is not a small amount. It's a very huge amount which is being lost every year.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Actually, there are no more questions for this in this session. But let me take the opportunity to flag, to highlight key issues that have been flagged by various speakers. In the beginning, the chairperson flagged a very important issue of need for understanding the impact of climate change on various sectors. So essentially, he flagged the importance of climate services. We need to develop knowledge about how various monsoon or floods magnitudes, and in turn how they impact, for example, fisheries or water resources sectors. By climate phenomena, it could mean Indian Ocean dipole event, creation, or Western disturbances. So there is a knowledge gap on these issues. How the linkages, how causal factors work to impact various sectors, and how they are interlinked. And in the whole process, how the impacts are shifting geographically. He gave a very good example of how the fish species catch is reducing from one region and to region, other states. Dr. Leena Srivastav mentioned very important points on how we can leverage the existing knowledge on AI and citizen science for strengthening data systems. So the point was on strengthening data systems, and she also flagged the need for recognizing the importance of funding infrastructure development for research. So and also promoting a public and private sector partnership. Next, she flagged about the need for matching the supply and demand for research. It should like in the earlier session we heard the research should not be supply driven, but it has to be the supply and demand. Very important point that was flagged was cross-sectoral and systemic approach to research. For example, the kind of research on food, energy, water nexus looks at. We need like I heard this issue of prioritizing research from 2-3 panelists in this session. We need to be able to prioritize research, and we got very good areas flagged on prioritizing research. We need to we need to address the issue of digital divide, access to technology. And last point, she flagged was multiple hazard. We need to use multiple hazard approach, not just for vulnerabilities and risks, but also looking at dividends, multiple dividends. Especially during recovery and reconstruction, that a multiple hazard approach provides. And EIA needs to include implications of vulnerability resilience. So I think it was a very, very informative presentation by Dr. Leena Srivastav. Thank you so much. Ken, in his presentation, talked about shared learning dialogue process, where actually various players are brought together. He also emphasized the point of bridging social and science, and a need to collaborate better, effectively, and change top-down approach to bottom-up approach in research. So this was a point which I heard.
Good evening.
Most of the speakers' presentation. We need to look at the approach to research. How we research. Whether we are involving players, important players, whether we are prioritizing research appropriately, and likewise, the points were flagged by Dr. Cash on 4 levels of combining various levels of for developing a strategy. Again, talking about prioritizing research or bringing all players together, etc. Brought out very clearly the need for conducting research on natural processes and natural factors that cause disasters in the Himalayan region, such as GLOFs or flash floods or landslides. So I think this is a area that needs to be researched, taken up on priority. All the panelists talked about 3 or 4 key issues. One is the approach to research. How do we do it, and how it should be communicated. Where it should be open science or open access platforms need to be created. Also, we learned about fundamental areas of research, the research that needs to be undertaken. So I think all in all, we got very good inputs from various panelists. So I would like to take this opportunity to thank each and every panelist, and now hand over the session to Professor Chairperson for his concluding remarks. So I invite you to make your concluding remarks.
Thank you very much. I think you have summarized very well. I would like to thank my fellow chair, Professor Pandya, and my panelists, Dr. Katya, Dr. Leena, Dr. Kenneth, and Dr. Kalachan, for making extremely good presentation. The central idea about all of them, what is said is that we need to build a knowledge, and to build that knowledge, we must prioritize certain area which is directly links to the social system and the human system. So we need to keep people in mind, as well as also the necessary social system, the kind of governance, the kind of infrastructure you need to take this benefit of the research to the people. And I think the important thing which is that the climate change is going to have lot of risk which will come to the humanity, and we need to prepare for that. And for that, what we need is an integrated approach. It is not only the science, but we need to link the science to the social aspects and to the human aspects of the society. I think this is the main crux of the discussion. And I again like to thank the Professor Gupta for inviting me and all my fellow panelists and the participants. There are still 133 listening, so it's not bad. We started with more than 200. So, but it's still good at the end of the day that this, and I also compliment the organizer for discussing on the very important topic of the current. Thank you very much.
So thank you, sir. On behalf of NIDM and the organizing team, I take the opportunity to extend sincere thanks to the chairpersons, Professor Shailesh Nayak, who has always been a guide and mentor for all of us, the environment and earth scientists. When he was with Ministry of Earth Sciences also, we used to go to him, and he always used to motivate us. Professor KB Pandya has been the chairperson of Indian Chemical Society also, and he has been a learned researcher in the university system. Dr. Kaja Lash from DAD, Dr. Leena Srivastav, Dr. Ken, and Dr. Sayan, they all are the known luminaries in the subject of, in the domain of science and technology. Their deliberations has been very useful. I am also thankful to Mr. Kirtiman Avasthi and Mrs. Shashikant Chopde, who are my professional as well as personal friends also, and they're always a part of our scientific endeavors, and I'm thankful to them. I'm thankful to all other dignitaries and guests, experts who are here and who continue till now, till the end of this session, and help us making this session a success. We are thankful to all the participants who joined today, and there is a special information that is to share to everybody, that Honorable Minister today could not join because the time when he was to speak, he got a call from the Honorable Prime Minister, and he could not speak. And then there was something very important kind of information that was sought from Ministry. So he has conveyed that tomorrow at 2 p.m. sharp, so that is the beginning of tomorrow's technical program. So he will be with us, and he will be speaking for 15 minutes. So, so we have termed it as a special address by the Honorable Minister. So, I request you that, like today, you all please join tomorrow's session, which will be starting at 2 p.m. But please let us join at least 10-15 minutes before, so that we can start sharply at 2 p.m. so that there are no technical and other issues. So I am really very happy to have all the dignitaries. We have been trying to get Dr. Nayak sir for past 2 years. So thanks to, in fact, the virtual platform that made it possible. Sir, you will recall that I have been requesting you for a lecture series, and you told that, Anil, I will give you a date. So anyway, thank you very much. So and Dr. Kalachan and Ken, we had a detailed discussion 2 days before also. Dr. Lina, before leaving to Vienna, she visited our institute and we had signed an MOU with Terry University. That time she was the vice chancellor of Terry University. She has been always supportive to us. So it's really a matter of very happiness and for all of us. And certainly knowing about the initiatives of DAD will be useful to many researchers, that how we can have more collaborative efforts in this area. So thank you very much and have a very good evening, good morning, and good afternoon. So as few of the panelists and few of the participants are from across the continents also. So thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Gupta, for also having this session.